night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick and tired with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick and tired with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick and tired with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick and tired with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick and tired with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick and tired with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking for backup. Backup initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
Roger, Houston. We got it from here. Thank you. Numbers are nominal. Ready to test the stealth function of the International Fake Station here in just a few minutes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind coming to you from 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. And we're going to have a good show tonight. We've got some very interesting things that I've thought about here through the day that I think that I would love to share with all of you. A couple of you, I've shared it with you through text. Dreamy Lynn knows what I'm getting into here tonight, and well as a couple of other people that hopefully are either here or will show up. We'll give everybody, there's Deborah Clark is here. Welcome, Deborah. I've got Tobin Schwing with me here. We've got Barbara, Jehovah's daughter Barbara. I love her to death. Tobin Schwing. Let's see who else I got in here. They're kind of steadily making their way in here. Maybe if I change this thing over to live chat, then I get everybody. I got Smoking and G Sharp is in here. Valley Parks, good to see you all. I can put this over on participants. It gives me quite a bit. Let's see. RPB is in here with us tonight. LHB Talks. Welcome, my friend. Deborah Clark. We got some good people coming in here. So I have to concede on something. I'm sorry. I errantly claimed that 22.5 degrees is what the angle would be if you doubled the base of a right triangle. I was wrong. Although I have used Pythagorean's theory often in my work, I've never really been concerned with what the angle is because the hypotenuse of whatever I used was going to give me whether or not I was square. So as I'd said before, like with the 6, 8, 10 rule, I have a mark at 6 feet, have a mark at 8 feet. That's going to give me 10 feet between those 2 points when it's square. This is all I was ever concerned with, not, well, what angle is that? Who the fuck cares? We're only trying to square the wall. So I must concede that it is actually 26 degrees. And that got me thinking about something because as Ruhif had said on the show here, that on a flat earth, that if you doubled the distance, which would take you to the equator, that Polaris would appear at 0 degrees. Boom, right there. That's the point at which you don't see it anymore. Well, that didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I'm thinking, wait a second. I've not made these observations myself, but several others have, and I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. It all goes back to this. Is this proof of curvature of the earth? Not at all. Is it the only thing that could be responsible for such a visual phenomenon? No, absolutely it is not. Okay? They like to claim that it is, but you are transposing an effect to the surface of the earth. And I think I'm going to be able to explain this very easily to you all. We are operating under the assumption, and again, this is an assumption, that outside of the Earth's atmos system, our gas pressure system, which we all know must be contained in order for there to be a system or pressure at all. It must be contained there until someone comes up with a brilliant ass experiment that proves that otherwise. This remains a fact, just like it's a fact that I cannot just spontaneously turn into a chicken at will. I can put all kinds of little evidence and bullshit like that on it, but never ever is that ever going to be true that I can turn into a chicken. And the same goes for a gas pressure system without containment. Now, what we assume is that outside of this containment, even those of us that realize that there must be containment, is the assumption of a vacuum, because this is what we've been told. However, we have no verification of what is on the other side of this containment at all. And as we have discussed before, the things that we observe, such as stars, the lunar wave, things like that, do have the same appearance as things would be in water. We've all seen the pictures of the stars taken with the P900. They're not out of focus because they're very crisp. Very crisp. They like to claim it's out of focus. No, take that out of focus and you can absolutely tell. Okay? We also, and I never use scriptures as proof of anything. However, it does say there is water above us in several places in the Bible, including the Psalms. I'm going to pull that up real quick. My wife had sent that to me. And the reason I'm going this way is exactly for this. And I'll show you here in just a moment. All right, I'm going to pull this up real quick. And hopefully, wait, maybe I already have it downloaded. Let me double look here. Yeah, I already do have it downloaded. Okay, so I'm going to bring that up, and then that way I can zoom it in. Okay. So here what we've got is Psalms 104, and what I want to bring you down to verse 5 right here. It says, He has established the earth on its foundations. It will not be moved from its place forever and ever. You covered it with deep waters as with a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. That's just one reference that I'm using. Now, before I lose any of y'all because of, the Bible, blah, 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 whatever. I'm looking at this as what people of antiquity had to say about it. Not in the context of a deity or any other things like that. But it has always been thought to be water above the firmament. Okay? So, what else could be responsible for such a phenomenon as the geometry of something not working the way that we would expect it to, unless the medium in which these stars are in is not a vacuum, but rather a water or a liquid. And I'm going to show you why this would work. If you'll just bear with me for a moment here. I'm going to pull that down and stop this screen. And I just want you to consider this. Now, I'm not saying that these things are so. I'm merely showing you that because of the assumption of a void or vacuum in space, that they are saying that because of this visual phenomenon that happens, that must mean the Earth is curved. But what if the medium of space is actually water and we are looking through it through a curved lens? I'm going to show you what that does when we see things like that. Some of you may have already seen this before, but this is rather interesting. And I put the link to this in the description for anyone that wants to check it out. Okay. So this guy is in a pool with a glass wall. Watch what happens.
They're not uniting. No, you're still not connected. Here we go. Here we go.
It's a little temperamental.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, here we go. We're having a good time now. Get over here.
Now, that's just one instance of something like that. There's some other ones too that very same thing going on. Let me stop that. There we go. That's what I hate about these shorts. They just play over and over, and I don't ask for them to do that at all. So that's some food for thought. So as we see, because it's not proven what's beyond our atmos, because we know that they don't go there, they can't go there, there has to be containment, because without containment there is no air pressure. This idea of feathering off to a vacuum is a hypothesis that has had yet to be proven. We also know that an arch is one of the strongest structures that you can have. A dome is extremely, extremely strong. Now, another thing we have to take into consideration too is we don't know how thick the actual firmament itself is. And that's going to play a factor in this too. So we see that this idea that stellar navigation is proof of a globe is not true, because although we say that water always finds its level, so water never lies, as we see in this example, right? Sometimes water does lie, doesn't it? We see that sometimes water does lie. Why is this not playing there? So water can lie, but as far as lying, it lies level. So now let's think what would happen if we inverted the arc of that glass so that instead of that glass being convex, it was concave. Do you see what we're dealing with here? So that was my thing that I wanted to go on with tonight is that too, because these people want to dance around and say, look at there, we got them. No, you don't. No, you don't, because there again, it comes right back down to your assumptions that outside of this gas pressure system or atmos system, outside of this is a void or a vacuum. You don't have any proof of that. You don't have any proof of what it is outside of this at all. And it could very well be water. I do think it's awfully telling that every damn space movie, series, or anything that they come up with like that, these people that are the characters always have nautical ranks to them too. Always with the nautical ranks. The ships are even named as the same as nautical vessels are. Is that why they're training in a pool? So we know that a dense water that would prevent, see, we don't know what the material the firmament is made out of, but every damn rocket launch we see that goes up hits something and looks like it's hitting, like it's scraping along water. These bozos are sit there and tell you that, oh, that's gases escaping And it's like, no, gases don't escape in little waves, in ripples. They don't do that. It's not how it works, man. So we see that happen. You see it scrape along. It's exactly like how you see a speedboat when you look down at it going across the water, a wake in the whole 9 yards. So we go back to that guy that I'm not allowed to show you a video of that found, you can search for this lake found in Gulf of Mexico. A small miniature submarine went down and was in the Gulf of Mexico, and he discovered a lake underwater, a body of water underwater that was of such a dense liquid material that his sub wouldn't even penetrate into the surface of it. It bounced off of it and sent ripples across the surface of it. Okay. In our scripture, it says that the firmament, like molten glass. Does that mean it's glowing red hot and melted glass? No, like molten glass. What does that mean? Like glass that is a liquid. What else is like a liquid glass and gives that kind of an effect? Water, right? Water. It's all water. I'm pretty well convinced that above our atmos system is water. And I think that rather than stellar navigation being proof of a globe, I think it's further proof of a dome with water above it. And all they've done is transpose that curve onto the surface that you're looking at it from. And anyway, trying to determine the shape of the earth looking up at the fucking sky at anything is retarded. Sorry, I just have to say that. That is just dumb. Is that how surveyors measure the land? All you surveyors and your little theodolite bullshit, do they ever do that? Do they go, okay, I'm going to set up this theodolite and compare it to stars? No, they don't. They have a guy with a stick with numbers on it, go down range and shit, right? Okay. I'm tired of the gaslighting, Dreamy. I'm just tired of the gaslighting, bro. And this shit hit me last night, and I went, oh, fuck, I got it now. I see. Holy shit.
Right. You can't unsee it once you see it.
Mm-mm. No, that's you can't. You can't.
Yeah, when you was asking me, my mind just started racing. I'm like, sorry, I typed just so much.
Oh, I know, man.
It gets exciting when somebody else sees what I see. I just get excited about that. I'm really happy for you, because that's for everyone, though. I just get extremely excited, very happy for people when they start to see what's real versus this illusion and delusion that is everybody so misinformed. I think that it's a magnificent creation beyond our wildest imaginations.
Absolutely.
And the abundance within. I don't know why everybody can't be happy because of it. Instead, they got them chasing stupid rainbows, And I'm not talking about the ones up in the sky. They got them chasing their own tails.
Yes. You see, this is what we got to be careful of, everybody. This right here. So this can only mean. No, be careful when people say this can only mean, because that's how they trap you into treating some idea as fact. So when they say these stellar observations can only mean that the earth is a globe. No, it doesn't only mean that at all. That's bullshit, because there are other, as we just showed, explanations for that visual phenomenon, isn't there?
Right.
And until we can get somebody outside of this thing to actually be able to know, all we can do is look and deal with what we have. And there again, even though water lies, when it lies level.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now, that was
It's
mine. That's an
words.
original. That's a Sovereign Soul original. I just came up with that one. Okay. Even though water lies, it always lies level. Boom.
Exactly. And see, that's why I think they twist the words, because people don't really focus on the definition of the way that word is being used when it's used. Like circumnavigation, when I was pointing that out to you. When you separate that compound word, then you really get it. They're going around in a circle because that's what circum means. And then navigation is knowing where you're at so you can plot your course.
Right.
And it doesn't say anything about, a ball in that. It's a circle.
It doesn't say sphere navigate, does it?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't say anything about spherical navigation or anything like that. It's circumnavigation from circle. And although a sphere is circular in nature, it is not a circle, it is a sphere.
Right.
And a circle has the same properties, but it's two-dimensional in that respect, that it's just a circle.
Right. And not 3D.
Right.
No ball.
I know some globy, and probably that Eaton Dick guy is probably going to say, oh, so a circle doesn't have thickness? Oh, shut up. I get so sick of their little pedantic.
Well, a pie is a circle and it has thickness, but that's not the same thing that, that would be the same thing similar to what the Earth is, because you got, the ups and downs and valleys and whatnot.
Man, I'll tell you what, when that hit me, and I went, okay, now I cannot verify 100% for myself that the declination of Polaris is exactly 0 at the equator. I can't verify that at all at this time, as I've never been to the equator. Well, I have, but I wasn't looking at the stars. But so I have to take other people's word and observations of it. And if indeed that is true, and I know that the water has to lay level, and I know that the Earth is not a globe, because that's impossible.
But still, that when you draw a triangle, that doesn't, when you're drawing a triangle on a round object, you're not going to have a straight line.
Well, it's not a triangle
degree. Right. You're not going to have that 45 degree anymore.
Right.
Because that bottom line's going to drop down to wherever you're standing on that round circular object.
Well, it's not a triangle anymore. It's something else.
What do they call those? A poly something, where one line's curved and the rest of them are straight or something. I can't remember. I didn't pay attention in math.
They got all kinds of cool names for the shit and everything, but the reality of it is that we know that a right triangle does not have any arcs in it.
Right.
Okay, ever. They just don't. This is why they have to use a straight baseline when they do these things. Now, those charts.
My brain didn't even comprehend much of what he was saying, because it just didn't make sense to me.
Well, this is the whole thing, because with actual geometry, like we said, if you double that distance from, like here, if we went 45 to a 45 degree viewing height, right, of this thing, and we double the distance, okay, we know that it's at 45 degrees here, and we double the distance, and it's dropped down now to 26 degrees, and that's due to perspective.
Right.
Now we can actually check that out, right? Yes. I would have, in my field of work, only been concerned with the length of that hypotenuse and not its angle. You understand? Right. So who gives a shit? That's the way I look at it. We never cared what the angle was. It was as long as the hypotenuse came out to equal the square of the two sides. That's all we gave a shit about.
Well, I just meant, like, if we're on a round object,
right?
What he was saying wasn't making any sense, because it's going to change your angle and your perspective if you're further away. it's going to continue to do that.
Right, but you understand, this is the argument. This is the thing, okay? We can both agree. Everybody agrees that geometrically with a triangle, right?
Right.
That going twice the distance, that star is going to appear at 26 degrees. That should, right?
Right.
Right, with a triangle, right? But
Right.
instead, the claim is that it is at 0. Now, if this is true, that means we're dealing with some kind of a visual anomaly, right? Now, if is it the Earth that's curved, or is it the view of the star that is curved, like we showed with the guy in the pool?
Right.
Okay, because when you're looking through the air into a water medium or a liquid medium, the vision is refracted, and it's not going to appear where it actually is. Anybody that's tried to spear a fish has seen this. The only time it's ever going to appear right where it is when you're directly over it.
Right.
Okay. This played hell with planes that were trying to bomb submarines and shit, and torpedo bomb them and shit from the air with planes, because of that same effect. They could see where the sub was, but they had to visually figure out where its depth was, and with that refraction angle built into it. Right. Well, the more you increase your angle to something like that in a fluid medium, the worse the refractory effect is going to become, as we see with the guy in the pool. I mean, let's just watch the guy in the pool as they change position, how wildly distorted this entire thing becomes.
Yes, and being the glass on the side of that pool is also curved.
Right.
That's why you get that illusion that he looks like he's cut in half somewhere.
Now, curve it the other way.
Right.
Right? Okay, this is what I'm talking about right here. Now look, now you get the actual view because you're straight on. But as soon as you start to move to one side or the other, the refraction, look at that. He's turned completely different even. His body's facing you in the water, but in actuality, it's faced forward. What in the world, man?
Well, it's because it's got a curve in it.
Yeah. I understand.
Working in an optical lab and learning a lot in that area was how I came to some of my understanding of what causes that. And that is that concave on glasses. As I was telling you about, like you have two separate issues with your vision, so you wear bifocals.
That's right.
So that you can see what other people see.
These lenses, in order to give me that effect, have to be curved.
Yes.
And each portion of it to a different degree in order to give me that bifocal effect.
Exactly.
Right.
It happens when the lens is ground. When the lens is ground, it's ground to a certain curvature, and then you have your thickness. You know, like Coke bottle glasses. I mentioned that earlier to you whenever we was talking about that. And so the person that's wearing them looks like they have really big eyes when their eyes are just normal. But the glasses are basically creating the illusion so that the person can see normally, or to the best as the creator of those lenses can get them to see. But yeah, it's glass and water. You know,
well,
they both change the perspective.
Hold on. I'm not going to assert that it's glass.
No, I'm just talking about those things will change the perception because of the curvature.
Right, absolutely. And by these geometric anomalies that we're seeing with that view, okay, we already know, like we said, the water is going to be level. There's no convexity of the Earth. Right. They're trying to transpose another convexity onto it that's an effect of what we're actually seeing. Okay. Right. And like that, because of that curve, listen, I'll tell you something. This is for real. When I first got my bifocals, I had to learn like I was used to, like if I just walked down the steps to see the steps, I would just tilt my eyes down and not tilt my head. I would just tilt my eyes down. Well, now I was looking through a different magnification, but it didn't really become apparent until I tried to step on the steps, viewing them at that angle, and I about fell down them and busted my ass. I learned really quick to not do that. If I before I start down the steps, look down the steps for where you're stepping, not glance down with your eyes, because that's what that difference in medium that you're looking through can have that refractory effect.
Right.
So knowing that the atmos has to be contained.
Yes.
All right.
Well, I don't know if it's glass or not. I was just referring to a person's perception when they're looking through those two what would you call it?
Different mediums.
Elements, mediums.
Different conditions of what glass is. Yeah.
I mean, you know, because like when you're fishing, you know, you think, oh, there's a fish right there, you know, but it's really not whenever you're looking into the water. But now if you go under the water, then you have a clear perception of exactly where that fish is, as if you were above water looking at something that's not in the water.
Have you ever tried to spear a fish?
Yes, I never got very good at it.
You can tell what it should be. You can start to get a feel for it. And the first thing you need to do is, before you even start, is you need to stand there on the edge of the water, and you need to put your spear in the water just at a couple different angles and shit, and then you can see what the refractory angle is, right? You can see what the refractory angle is. And just a minute, let me finish. Okay. So then once you see that, then you can see that, okay, if I'm seeing that fish here, that means he's actually right up here. Yeah. And you're more apt to hit the fish that way. What's going on, Darth Tater's Gaming Incorporated? With
what's going on, man?
Now secret ingredient of gas.
And that's why I thought I was bad at catching fish that way with the spear.
Yeah, it's easy to do. I mean, to not understand that little bit of shit. But I started thinking about that last night. I was like, that's a really interesting phenomenon. And then all the other stuff just started piling in. Like, okay, those stars. That's why it's a fucking water refractory. It could be a water refractory effect with a curved lens, and that would totally account for that. So you could take that effect and say, see, that means that the Earth is curved. No, it doesn't. Because until you can prove to me what's beyond the containment of our Earth's atmos system, then I'm sorry, it's all up for grabs, babe. That's all. You have to actually prove this shit. You say that there's a gradient and gravity keeps the air down. Well, I'm sorry, babe. You're gonna have to prove that shit, because that's impossible. And up until you can prove it's possible, it's not on the table. It's not even up for discussion. Not even up for discussion. I don't care how many elements you want to add to that hypothesis until you prove that impossibility. Just like I said with my claim, if I claim that I could turn into a chicken, you don't have to prove that I can't. I have to prove that I can, right? And it don't matter if I walk around and say, look, I can walk like a chicken. Oh, look, I can crow like a chicken. There's evidence that I can turn into a chicken. No, it's not at all. It's evidence that you can sound like a chicken, and it's evidence that you can walk like a chicken. Until you can actually prove the hypothesis, you have bupkis, buddy. That's all.
Well, we don't even know what the stars actually are, other than we know that they are fixed. They are fixed objects there, because they never change. The Big Dipper is always a Big Dipper, right?
Right.
I'm just using that as an example. So we don't know exactly what they are, but they are fixed. They are placed there. Now, they do move in a circular pattern.
Sure. I
do believe that. But what they are, I have no clue.
So what's going on with you, Mr. Sebastian?
Nothing much, man. Sorry, it seemed like I came in the middle of something. No, dude, I'd just been chilling, working. I just got my new chair in today, so fucking nice. I got more back support now.
Is that the chair that you're sitting in right now? That one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice and purple and black. It's nice.
Oh,
It's got a
wow.
lot more support than the other one I had. Jesus.
Yeah, it's important too, especially if you sit there for a while in one of these chairs like that. You know, if it's got good lumbar support and everything, that's you know, you need that because of gravity. You know, that's Jesus.
No, I'm just heavy set. I need it. My back's already killer.
You're like at more equilibrium than the rest of us. Is that what I'm to gain by that?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's-
Yeah, a little top heavy.
We could actually say, you know, I just have a higher disequilibrium than you do. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a little kinder, I think. You know,
No, funny
we
feelings.
could
It's
do it
okay.
that way. That's why, like that's what I say about Amanda. She's not short. She's vertically challenged.
Yeah.
all.
And we love her for it. It's okay.
So, you know, it's all in the way you word things. You know, the senator didn't lie. He gave a less than truthful response. Oh, well, hell, that's different, right?
Y'all over here talking about stars being fucking not real, huh?
No,
No.
we see them. That would be dumb to say they're not real, right?
Oh,
But
they're
what are they?
glitches in the simulation.
What are they?
They're-
They're like, so you know how when you have an old TV or like you're around someone who's kind of toxic and likes to hit things with it, like, yeah, you'll start getting it all.
What happened? Where did your sound go?
He's muted. He said just a minute, I think.
Oh, I was turning up his mute. I was going to turn his mic up, and then he
Maybe
muted
something
it.
come unplugged.
No,
I was on the computer one time and I was sitting here and all of a sudden everything just went off and I didn't know what the heck. And then I realized my rabbit just chewed my cord.
Oh my God. Is that a diet chair? Valley Park says, is that a diet chair? Yes. It's made of lighter materials, lighter but stronger materials. No, nobody denies that the stars are there. We see the stars. We mark things by the stars and everything. But as for what they are, we are told without really any kind of evidence at all. And this is another one too with the spectroscopy thing. Is there they say that is the only thing that could be that gives that spectrum of color. You see, no, it isn't, man. Based on your assumptions, you picked one. Stop. You said those are gases. Now, what gas gives off this spectrum? You didn't look at the shit and say, oh, that's what it is because it gives off this spectrum, because there's more than one thing that can give off the spectrum that you're picking up. Okay. There is the pseudoscience involved with that shit. And especially at 444 million miles, as they say Jupiter is from us. I'm telling you to pack your bags with that tail and hit the bricks, you know. That doesn't fly with anybody. Okay.
Well, look at the spectrum of colors just in the rainbow, and that's just through water or moisture in the air.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's just more of this crap that they do. So they tell us that these stars are giant burning balls of gas in a vacuum. All right. So first off, how do you form balls of gas in a vacuum? How do they form so big that they crush in on themselves and start a nuclear fusion reaction? And thirdly, how in the shit does any of them know that? Get the fuck out of here with that crazy crap, man. First, we have to establish what the medium beyond our atmos system is. And by all accounts, it appears that it's water. Yeah. We have pictures of stars that look like light in water. I'm going to see if I can find one. And you was about to tell us something there, Darth.
Yeah, I had a technical difficulty.
That's all right. Technographical difficulmations is what we call that.
There you go. My theory in it is the simulation shit. So stars, yeah, there's some things that they put up there, but those are your normal ones. So you'll get like your Big Dipper, your Little Dipper. That's what they put there. But I look at it kind of in a joking way of like, it's like dead pixels on a screen. So like I look at it like we're in a planetarium. That's all it is. They tease you with it all the time. That's why I think the stars are all just either there if there is shit in the sky, that's their way to be able to look down, keep an eye, or that's just like I said. I mean, it's just nice little dead pixels in the sky.
I'm looking for a picture that I've got of these. It's a picture with a whole bunch of these stars on it, and it's really a really good one. And you look at it and they say, "Oh, that's out of focus." No, it's not out of focus. You can see crisp detail to these what appear to be cymatic patterns in liquid, like an energy, and each one of them has their like own unique frequency about them, and it seems to be emitted in water. So that's that. What I was going over tonight, Darth, was this: is that this idea, and you got to be careful once again with this idea of this can only mean. You got to be careful when they say this can only mean, or this is the only way. No, it's not. A lot of times you find that there's different ones, right? So what we were saying is that when you in order to see Polaris at 45 degrees, you have to go 3,118 miles from the pole. Okay. And that'll give you, and by that indication, it would tell you that Polaris is 3,118 miles high, because that's how far away from being right under it you have to be. That makes a right triangle. It doesn't lie. But so if you move twice that distance, which would put you at the equator, now the claim is instead of it being at 26 degrees, it's now at 0 degrees. What could account for that? And they say this can only mean that the Earth is curved. No, that's not what that can only mean, because we don't know what medium that is in. We have not established that there is not containment. And by all accounts, we could be looking through water with a curved lens like a dome. And as I showed in this really cool little demonstration, I don't think you were here for it, but I'm just going to show it real quick because I had it. Yeah.
LHB Talk says he wants to know if you'll play the TikTok video he sent.
Hold on 1 second. Let me pull this
go
up.
ahead and show your other video.
Yeah. So, and I'll look. Did he put the link in the description or
he
in the
sent
chat?
it to you. It's on TikTok.
He sent it to me on TikTok.
It says, "Can you ask Dave to play that TikTok video I sent?" Where'd you send it? Oh, he just put it in the chat.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay, so let me just start this with no sound, but Sebastian, look at this effect on this guy. Now, this is curved outward toward you, but imagine what the effect would be if that was curved inward toward that guy. All right, but you're still going to get a mind-blowing effect. Look, ain't that crazy? There it is. I hate opening TikTok though while I'm doing this shit. That fucking eats up so much memory. TikTok does. I don't know why. It's insane.
You know, when we were doing particles, no matter what angle, even though it's a 2D, like a heart, just say you drew a heart on a piece of paper, cut it out. It's 2D. And particles on a computer, no matter the angle that you look at it, it always looks like it's facing you. And that's what that kind of reminded me of.
Yeah. Yeah. Now consider that when we we always see the same face of the sun, of the moon.
Right.
Also keep that into account when we think that it's a sphere, but even though it doesn't really glow like a sphere would, it glows more like something concave would, not like something convex would. Yeah. That's an interesting thing. But this is what LHB just said regarding the moon and that aspect of it. This is really interesting. I've seen this before. That's cool.
That's fucking crazy.
See, so this is the thing we got to be real careful of, and I think what one of the points of my coming up with this actually was that we have to be extremely careful when people tell us this is the only way, or this can only mean, because what they're trying to do is corral you down a single lane of thought. All right. I don't like to go down single lanes of thought, because I like to say, is that actually the only way? Like with their spectroscopy, right? They say, well, we know that this gas emits this color of spectrum with the spectroscopy. All right, that's cool. Is that gas the only thing that emits that spectrum of light? No, it's not. So what did you do? You assumed it was a gas, looked at the spectrum, and matched it up to the spectrum of a known gas that you have already on file. So that's it's exactly like the bullshit that they do with when they're telling you about archaeology. They say, we know that this is such and such an age because of the layer it's in. Well, how do you know the age of the layer? Well, because of the stuff we find in it. Well, it's all circular reasoning is what that is. That's not how science works. You can't keep just dogging around in circles. And this happens when you use hypothesis as support for a hypothesis. It just doesn't work. And we run into that all the time with the hypothesis of this gradient is evidence. And remember, evidence is not always proof. Sometimes evidence is not only have one explanation to it. So we have there again, we have to be very, very careful with this shit when people assert something like that. You can't just go, well, that can only mean. No, it can't only mean that. We found a Marlboro cigarette butt at the scene of the crime. Your client smokes Marlboro cigarettes, and therefore this can only mean that he was there at the scene of the crime. No. It can only mean that. That only means that there was a cigarette butt on the ground that matches the kind of cigarettes that guy smokes. Right. That's all. You see, and you can't say that's the only thing. Now
that's a form of manipulation with words. It's a way to.
Well, angle plays a big role, because, like in the George Floyd, what backed up that girl's video that went crazy and went viral was the video from across the street on the opposite side. That's what it took, both of those to make it stick, as far as what we were seeing. Because if you're away from it, Sovereign talked about that when he did his little dinosaur project or whatever. You can make something look a certain way just by the angle that you take that photo from.
Right. I want to thank LHB for that video. That's great. Thanks for putting that up there. I've seen that before with the moon thing. That's fantastic. And there again, that is not as somebody saying that, hey, look, this is what the moon is actually doing. No, it's doing exactly what I'm saying. Is an earth shadow and all this other bullshit, is that the only thing that could be responsible for what we see? And as this guy demonstrated, no. Here's an effect I did right now that didn't require using a spear and I emulated the exact same thing that we see in the sky. So what are you doing? And you guys hold this for a second. I'm going to have to do this again. I don't know why this StreamYard fucks up so bad like this. It's really starting to suck. Tonight when I end the stream and they ask me how did it go, I'm going to tell them, trust me. So give me just a minute. I'll be right back.
Oh no, we lost him. He's gone forever. All right, I'll take it from here. No.
Well, earlier when you said that it's just an illusion, no, you used another word. What was the word?
Oh, it's a simulation. That's my theory. That's not something I'm setting in stone in. Just there's a lot of things that point to it.
Well, I'm getting ready to do stealth mode. We have a new the science we do up here, right? All the time.
Sneaky.
We've come up with a stealth mode, and you guys are going to get to see it first right here. And I'm going to engage this. I've already got the go ahead from NASA. So 3, 2, 1, doom. It works. It works. Look at us. Just floating up here now. Nobody can see us except for me. I'm like Wonder Woman up here now with her invisible airplane.
Look at the horizon.
That horizon. Ruhef sent me an email with a definition from the internet of level. Okay. And it is completely not the same as my 1971 paper and ink Webster's unabridged dictionary that is this thick, and under the heading of level, of the 3 columns of words on each page, the definitions and context of level fill an entire column. And as we read that entire column of definitions in its context, never once was the words curve, center of earth, or gravity even mentioned. This is a new addition to that definition and appears to only be online and in newer paper dictionaries. So it's awfully funny that since gravity was discovered in 1666, that still in 1971, no one was using it as a reference to level. Isn't that odd?
Extremely odd, isn't it? Mm-hmm. for people that really needed a new explanation.
Well, no shit.
I don't care how many times they change the definition. The word is always going to mean what the word says.
You know what level on a ball is called? A tangent point. Okay? So you can't just be using a bunch of goddamn tangent points and say that's level. That's stupid. It's just dumb, man.
Well, people will believe almost anything anymore.
It depends on who tells them.
Yep.
It really does. It really does. If they see some guy, some douchebag with some glasses and a fucking pocket protector, and he's got a little thing like we all got our names up here, and yours could say Darth Tater Gaming, ruler of all time, space, and dimension, okay, are you really? I don't know for sure who you are, right? I don't know your background or credentials. Somebody just put you on a camera for me, and you're reading some bullshit that they told you to read. How do I know any of that's true? I don't. And it's always some fantastical shit it's always the fantastical shit that nobody can check for themselves. That's just pisses me right off there. I can't stand the gaslighting. And what cracks me up is the little sons of bitches, and including M-Ball. Oh, look at there. Yes, that proves that Earth's a ball. No, it doesn't, M-Ball. You ever prove what the hell is beyond our atmos? No, you have not, my dear. So the moon sunset shadow works the same as it does on Earth. Prove it, M-Ball. Have you ever been to the moon and watched the sunset? Huh? No, you haven't. You may
Well,
have
at the
seen
end of the
some.
day,
Yeah,
we're
come on.
all spitballing. I mean, even the dudes in white suits and NASA fucking gorilla suits with
I can
guitars,
do that.
they're all
Spitball all you want,
spitballing.
but don't piss on me and say it's raining. Don't tell me you're in fucking space when that's a lie. Don't tell me you're sending a big fucking metal dick up into the goddamn space
That's
when I
the
know full well
only
you can't.
When
that's
you
the
create
only
a
way to prove it is
deception,
just do it and tag
Right.
along. Let
So
me tag
when
along.
you can see where it goes that they, oh yeah, look, we did. You know, you are lying. You are lying. You are deceiving people. That's bullshit.
also when you create a deception and you get people to believe it, and over time, the people that knew are no longer here, and they've just progressed this deception, but that also creates a strong control over somebody, their behavior, their mind, their thoughts. You know, people think I can't do this or I can't do that. Well, yes, you can. You
There
know,
you
it's your
go.
life. You just there's only one rule here. Do no harm to somebody else. You know, don't go stealing their stuff. Don't go walking in their house. You know, don't take a joyride in their car. It's not yours. Respect them.
So
Respect that. You know,
M-Ball
that's
said
all
that
we really have to do is cause no harm here, period.
M-Ball says that she saw. I'm still not sure if that's a she or a he. Does anybody know?
No.
Anyway, as if it matters. Um, I don't know. I just get the impression of a woman for some reason. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not really sure why that is either.
It has a feminine musk.
Yes. It's what is it? It's for what? My ball? You know, don't take my ball. Don't do it. Stop. Take my ball. And I'm gonna write a little song called "Stop. Don't Take My Ball." I think that'd be a good song, man. But this thing about seeing a sunset on the moon, what are you talking about? And then they said, "Oh, I saw one from a distance." You saw a sunset on the moon from a distance? What? What are you talking about, man? It's like 99% of that bullshit is imagination, man, for real. I don't understand what you're even talking about, M-Ball. I really don't. We have to, are you on the right page with us here tonight? Okay, because we were trying to determine what lies beyond our firmament. Now, we've not really determined it, but we're hypothesizing, and of course we can't really prove anything of it, but we can prove that your stellar observation, your stellar navigation does indeed not prove a curved earth and could possibly be proving a curved sky.
Right.
Okay? Because we don't know, we don't have any proof of what is above the firmament, whether it's a vacuum or whether it's water. But there's a lot of indication that it very well could be water. And so that will give us the refractory effect that we saw with the guy in the curved pool of glass. If we were viewing objects that are beyond the firmament in a liquid medium, just as we discussed, like why it's hard to spear a fish unless you take the refraction into account. So now we can go and say, oh yeah, now there's a case of refraction that matters, because that would be the only thing. We know that water stays level. Okay, and we know that the definite level does not incorporate anything to do with fucking curves of the earth or gravity or any other such thing at all until recently.
Or triangles.
All right, yeah, and there's no arcs in a triangle. So if we have an anomaly such as the fact that geometrically it doesn't work out, that is not mean that the earth is curved at all. It means that that is a possibility to ponder, but every other bit of evidence points to the fact that it's not. So now we have to look at other reasons why this would happen. And we found a very good one with enough things going back thousands of years where everybody believed that it was water above the earth and not some vacuous space with lumps of gas floating around in it. You dig?
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, like when I was building houses and shit, when we leveled it, we were making sure it was straight, level, flat, good to go. I wasn't fucking trying to make your square shed have a curve on it. No, we're leveling it. When people say level the floor out, level the ground out, what are we doing? We're making it flat, level.
And often we're using a fluid, a liquid, alcohol or ether, because it's even more susceptible to that phenomena, right, than water is. And it leaves a little bubble. And when we get it exactly even on both ends, that little bubble will be right exactly in between those two lines. And that means that you're level. In fact, the longer of a level that you can use, the actually more accurate you can really be. So like if I reading from a 6 foot level versus a little torpedo level, it's less than maybe a foot long, right?
Yeah.
So I get a way more accurate reading with that. I'm never going to use a torpedo. You're never going to use a torpedo level to plumb a wall. No. You will use an 8 foot level though.
At least a 6 to 4. At least a 6.
And if you only got a 6 foot, you make yourself a little extender block thing, right? On a 2x4 and 2 blocks, and then you can just boom. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth is curved just like the Moon is. Well, okay, that's your claim. That's your hypothesis, M-Ball. Now all you have to do is prove that. Okay.
His light bulb is curved, so his floor must be curved.
Exactly. You know, I mean, just think about that right there in the first place. If you're looking at the sky to tell me what the condition of where you're standing is, I don't want you on my job site, man. Go. I really don't. Just go away. That's stupid. Let's go. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'm wondering if my swimming pool has enough water in it. How can I do that? I know. I'll go over and check the neighbor's mail. Yeah, it has that much to do with each other. It really does. It has that much to do with each other.
That's just funny. But a great example.
M-Ball, are you a builder? You ever build anything? What do you build, M-Ball? Talk to me about your building experience and all the shit you know about this. He says the Earth on average is flatter than the tolerance allowed. What is the tolerance allowed? What is the tolerance allowed by the National Building Code, and how do you verify that this is followed? You're talking out your ass. Put Google away, okay? Just put Google away and stick with what you know, okay? And also stick to what you can prove, okay? Stick to what you can prove. You can prove a gradient. Cool, that's great. I love your gradient that you can prove. Now prove it can exist without containment. And then I'll be fucking impressed. You got?
I like Brian's comment.
Right.
That's hilarious.
What's going on, Brian? Let's go. You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it. Oh my God, that's right from Tommy Boy. That's right from Tommy Boy. I love that. That's
Oh,
Oh, I'm so glad Brian's a Tommy Boy fan too, man. I love that movie. You ever seen that one, Sebastian?
no, I don't think I
Oh,
have.
you gotta look it up and
I'm
watch
not
it.
a I'm not a
Dude,
big
it's
movie person.
hilarious. It's Chris Farley. How can you not laugh at Chris Farley? That motherfucker was so fat. He
That's
was
fair.
so funny. And that's the thing. If you're going to be a comedian, lose weight. We always lose them so young. You know, we always do. I swear to God, Louis Anderson, or is he dead again, or is he back alive? I forget. I can't get. Chris Farley, John Belushi. I mean, they all just something happens. John Candy. And but that movie is so funny as shit. And it's David Spade. And David Spade's like the real straight-laced guy doing everything, you know, that he's supposed to do and everything. And Chris Farley's just this fuck up, but he has to put up with him because he's the owner of the company's son. And the owner of the company sends him out on a sales trip to try to sell these parts, auto parts, to all these different distributors and shit. It's funny as shit. You got to see it, man. We got let's see, we got some more people. Deborah Clarkson here tonight too. Let's see what else we got. Sugary Nose is new. Ruhif's here. Good to see you, Ruhif. As long as you're above the surface of a decent amount of measuring it live the other day. Yeah. Did you catch the earlier part of the stream? You might want to back up and take a look at that. So I definitely would. Because I think I kind of went over it like twice, pretty much, and I think that's a lot right there, even just to take in. Because there again, we have to go with what we can actually. If you're going to say something that's impossible, you know, and I agree with Ruhif that you don't. There's certain things that don't always have to require proof. Like for instance, you know. The saying that I can't turn into a chicken, that doesn't, or that I can turn into a chicken, that doesn't require proof that I can't, right? That's just dumb. Nobody requires that. However, it would be required for me to claim that I can, because against all principles, knowledge, and common sense, we all know that that could never happen. So we have to take that off the table as absolute. Of even the anecdotal evidence of me emulating the chicken and walking like one and squawking like one, you know, even though those little evidences, well, see, it must be true because look, he can cackle. Oh, look, he can walk like a chicken. Do those add up to mean that I can actually turn into one? No, not at all. So you have to be careful about adding elements to the hypothesis as proof of the hypothesis. And to say that, see this stellar aberration where we should see it at 26 degrees, but we see it at 0. This can only mean that the Earth is curved. No, that is not the only explanation for that, because we still have a lot of unanswered questions that are taken as fact and are merely assumptions, for like having a pressurized atmos within anything without containment, whether it be water or a void.
Right.
You can't have it because the tendency of a gas is to seek equilibrium, and it's going to do that every time.
Well, also, the more I got to thinking, you know, about the gas ecosystem, and that's just talking about gases, you know, in general, all of them. You've got matter deteriorating, that creates gas. The water itself off gases and evaporates. And we have all this stuff all around us all the time. And they got us scared of, oh, this and that and something else, you know. And that just pumps all that fear in everybody. But these gases and everything are all around us, in my opinion, because they come out of the ground, you know, from
Dreamy, it's a constant system, and this is why I call this an Earth system, a closed system. It's much like how a terrarium works.
Yes,
It's constant respiration.
Yes.
Evaporation and condensation, exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide.
Yes.
The different temperatures mixing with the cooler temperatures, creating a mixing of all of these atmospheric gases that we experience, and in a large scale we get weather. And
Right.
you know,
And that's
so
what makes it so miraculous is how it works and how it all works synergistically. One can't live without the other and maintain the same thing. So the ecosystem, but in the gases, we're constantly exchanging something for something else. You know, something's replacing it. You know,
okay, just a second,
it
Dreamy.
makes it.
M-Ball, I'm going to tell you this once and only once again. There is a link right up pinned at the top of the chat. I am engaged in a live stream right now, which is not for your benefit alone. Okay? So for me to keep having to address you in the chat rather than you just come up, tell us your shit, and be done with it, I'm not going to sit here and pay constant attention to your shit. So no, I'm not ignoring anything, M-Ball. If you want to address it, click the link and come up on the panel. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Use a translator if you have to. Jesus Christ. I never saw somebody like that. This is the same person who wants everybody to go out and purchase a globe so they can sit out in their yard and do some kind of cockamamie sunset experiment, but is unwilling to do it themselves and video it. Think about that.
It's the space
What's
cult.
it
They're
say about
trying to
that
strike
character?
again.
That's not.
M-Ball is Mr. B. Are you kidding me, RPD? Is that really the dude? Is that our truck
Kinda
driver,
sounds
Mr.
like-
B?
Kind of sounds like him.
Oh, come on. No way. You don't know about truck driver, Mr. B, Darth Vader.
No.
Okay, so this dude came on here and he tried to tell us that because some Iranian guy was wanting to take down his flag all the time, his American flag, which right off, I really don't believe that, but okay. To keep him from doing it, he hooked his sprinkler system up to a septic tank. So that when he came over to take down the flag, he sprayed him with raw sewage out of his septic tank. Now, do you believe that? Does that sound plausible at all? Like even a sprinkler system working with an old nasty septic tank with turds and shit all in it?
Depends on how he did it, I believe it. There's people like that out there, believe it
Well,
or
I mean,
not.
think about it. Here's just two options. The whole thought is, I want to put raw sewage on this guy, right? So let's suppose you want to do that.
Chickens.
Now, I could go through the trouble of digging up my septic tank, prying off the lid.
He was in his pen. I fed him in his pen.
Dreaming. There we go.
I couldn't imagine. I think by the time I got about 3 foot of digging, I wouldn't be mad anymore.
Wouldn't it be just easier to throw a bag of shit at him?
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, depends on how he did it. If he did hooked up septic and all that shit, I don't believe it. I don't believe you were that damn mad for that damn long to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say,
if you just had like a pitcher of shit that was like on a mechanic where like once the string pulled it fell, I believe that.
well, it was just like a series of crazy stories. We were talking about the event in Connecticut, Captain Hook, and he said, I know there were bodies. And I'm like, how do you know that? And he says, because my brother-in-law was FBI there. I had family members that were FBI there. And I says, what's his name? And he took him about a couple minutes to think up a name and shit. And I'm like, You're so full of shit, dude. He's
Anybody who
just
has a family member in that type of position would know that they can't just openly say that. And then put a name right after.
Mr. B had 33 uncles. I wonder if Jamie's done screaming. Are you back, Dreamy, or are you still fighting with your daughter?
Oh, I'm back. No, I wasn't fighting with her. I guess something happened and something attacked the duck, either a chicken or one of the cats.
Nice. Malcolm Sheen has joined us.
It's okay though.
We got
I
ZXL
tried to
Master.
check on it.
We got ZXL Masters joined us tonight. Malcolm Sheen's here. We got a good little crowd popping in here tonight. It's pretty cool. But like I said, Mball, just click the link. I'm not just going to keep looking at your chat. I glance over here to see what's going on, but I'm more focused on the conversation at hand. And oftentimes, the things that come up in chat are really way off topic anyway, a lot of times. So if you have things that are on topic, like I've said, click that link and come up. And the whole idea of that is we got to be really careful about that, because, and this is even myself working from the assumption of there being a vacuum that we're dealing with beyond our atmos, right? And then this right here, all that did by showing those declination angles, all that did was put a little spur inside my head, right? And I went, okay, what could be responsible for that? I know it's just retarded to think that water's on a curve and all that shit. We know that water doesn't lie. And then it just, like a thought from somewhere else, after I said that in my head, I was like, I know water doesn't lie. And then it went, or does it? And I went, oh, shit. Right. And the whole refractory thing came to my head right then. I was like, oh, that's right. Water does lie, but when it does lie, it lies level. That's for real. And that right there set me on to, okay, so by corralling me, and as they do others, corralling you into this line of thought that this can only mean that the earth is a ball, we soon discover that no, that's not a true statement at all, because we've not entertained any other possibilities. And until your hypothesis of a gas pressure system without containment is proven, you don't have anything. Okay? It's all open. We're not dealing, you're treating your shit as a fact, and we can't do that. We cannot do that. And as I said before, if you're looking at the sky to figure out where you're standing, that's beyond stupid. It really is. Especially when you absolutely don't know what these things are.
It's like, shit, that sun was over there like fucking 20 minutes ago.
Well, I've had people try to pin you into something. They say, what do you think the sun is then? I said, I don't know. It's an energy source, man. I don't know. It's an energy source. I'm not going to claim, because they make a claim. They say it's a big ball of fucking hydrogen that became so huge that it crushed in on itself and became nuclear fusion.
No, it don't even get that far. It's not even a fucking real thing in my theory. It's just, no, there's no space.
I don't know. Space, as they tell you, is not even possible, man.
Yeah. So it's impossible for it to even be up there. It's something that they put there. That's why after the years and years and years that's gone by, nothing has changed. It's done the same thing, looked the same way, done the same cycles at the same day at the same times.
Well, here's another one too. It says, well, why do you think that the sun is actually got, on fire? That's fire. Why do you think that? Right? And it's just like in that Monty Python when they're going to burn the witch. Well, how do you know she's a witch? Because she looks like one. Well, how do you know that's fire? Because it looks like fire. Well, does that mean it is fire? No, it's not. I've got this cool thing that my TV sets on, Sebastian. You've seen it. It's a fireplace, right? I can turn it on. It looks like there's fire in there. But you know what?
But
It's not real fire. It's not fire.
Yep.
So
Nope. I don't buy it. And if you go by the videos and things
no,
that
hey,
they've published,
Ruhif's on the same page. Ruhif's on the same page. You're right. It is not on fire.
it
You
looks
are
like a big
absolutely right.
rock of
You know
lava.
what? We don't know what the fuck it is, and neither do you, bro.
Yeah, like if you go by the videos that they show, in my perspective, it looks like just a big floating ball of lava. Like it's like brimstone type shit. It doesn't even look natural. The sun. If you go by the CGI videos they post,
right. When you look at it, when you look at it yourself, and with solar filters or anything else, it doesn't look anything at all like what they show in these. Oh, look at this plume of shit coming out of it and everything. Get out of here with that.
I feel like we would see something. Like I feel like we would see at least one of them. Maybe not all the little strands of rays that shoot out of it, but as much as they say it happens, I feel like you would be able to see something.
I don't know.
You don't see nothing.
I stare at
it's just
sun.
No, I can't do that.
I do. I stare at the sun for a long time.
I'll stare at the moon.
No, I'll stand out there and stare right at the sun, man. You have to squint your eyes at first, but then you can open them up a little bit. And what's really cool is because then you get beyond that brightness of it, right? You're cool. And it's really wild because it almost looks like it's a shift of a blue strobe or something in the middle of it, and a ring, like a bright ring around some kind of like a blue whitish thing that just kind of has a pattern in it. And if you take a solar filter even and look at the sun, it doesn't look anything like they show you on like there's some video channel out here. It's always talking about the sun, solar wind, and all this other horse shit. And their picture of it has little plumes of fucking whatever lava or plasma and shit flying out of it and all that. And it's like, I never see that shit, man. Come on.
Nope.
Yep. I just don't, we got to be real careful with that too. These assumptions treated as fact. And there's so many goddamn many of them, man. There's just so many of them.
Well, on September, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. My assumption with that is they say the sun's it's a big ball of fire. Even the National Geographic will say it. It's a big ball of fire. It's a star. It's what they do. Fire needs oxygen.
Well, have you ever tried to grow a plant next to firelight? No, these don't work.
That's what I figure.
Yeah, it don't work. It doesn't work. No. But yeah, I mean, the whole idea that, okay, so supposedly this space is a void, a vacuum, yet somehow hydrogen gas found a way to collect into a ball. And not only did it collect against all of the laws of nature, not only did this thing collect together into a ball, it became so massive that its own gravity caused it to, I can't even say this with a straight face, that its own gravity caused it to crush in on itself and cause a nuclear fusion reaction. And this is the story. How in God's name would anyone even know that? What is the proof of it? And you want to know what the proof that they give you? Some goddamn mathematical formula that they created from their conclusion, man. That's exactly what you get. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's like, oh, look, we just made up a formula to support our cockamamie fucking idea that we have no proof of. So that's my proof. So you mean a mathematical formula that verifies your hypothesis is now proof? I don't think so. I don't think so. All you did was reiterate your crazy nonsense using math. You expressed your crazy nonsense in math. That's what you did.
Created a
Math ain't
fiction
shit.
in your imagination.
Oh my God, it's disgusting. I really can't just, it doesn't, in one sense, it angers me, but not so much. I can't really, it's like, where do you place it? It's actual, are these people really that desperate for it to be a ball that they'll grasp like that, like take something that there has other explanations for it and say, can only mean that, like we see with this viewing of Polaris?
That's why it said some are under a strong delusion.
Oh man, it's bigger than that.
And that's been created for them, and they bought into it.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it's by no fault. It's a brilliant deception, but when you start to dissect it down, you really start to ask questions and you really start to look at it, you find that it doesn't really make sense. There's a lot of it that doesn't make sense because things that we just take for granted that's known, it's not. It's just claimed and backed up with a mathematical equation that is just another expression of the theory. You see, that's all it is. It's not proof. Mathematics is not proof. You can express any kind of an impossibility with mathematics. And this is where you find the assumptive values that are thrown in, and you're supposed to pretend you didn't notice it. What'd you say, Dreamy?
I was going to say, but I'm 58. I don't care. Everybody knows my age. But when I was young and I questioned things, I was that Y kid, that every parent tells to shut up and stop asking questions.
My parents didn't tell me to shut. They bought me an encyclopedia set instead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they would answer me sometimes, but sometimes the more I go in depth about anything, then I just get shut up. But that's happened with me all my life with everyone, teachers, just everyday people, friends, whatever. I just learned not to push these subjects because they're going to believe what they want to believe.
I want to give a shout out. We got Mrs. Tribune is in the chat too. I noticed before I was going to say something, but something got brought up. Welcome to the show again, Miss Tribune. I was going to catch your stream the other day, and I kept waiting for it, and then something happened, and I had to leave. It never came on, so I'll have to go back and check that out. Hope everything went well for you, because I'm just going to say you've come a long way in your technographical skills with what you're doing now. So bravo, girl, bravo. So anyway, go ahead, Dreamy, as you were saying.
I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry. It happens. I'll think of it again.
Honey, there's been all kinds of trains derailing, man. Don't feel bad.
I mean, if I get stopped or something, then I'm listening to what you're saying, so I space out what I was saying. Happens a lot. That's all right. Go ahead.
That's a great comment right there. No longer on the ball. Exactly. It says nothing gets pushed back by using infrared, but what you see is different, and that different is a horizon further away. Measure that, then measure without infrared. Absolutely. I've seen those tests done. That is 100%. I had a stream keys in the wrong place. It's all learning curve. Yeah, it is, man. Listen, this is why I use StreamYard and instead of like an OBS or, one of those, is because that shit, man, is just like, I don't want to have to dick with all that. I have the ability to present and do all that stuff. I don't know. I've done a little bit with Streamlabs software, and that was kind of cool. Maybe I'll mess with some of the other, but it's
I'm
well, you know how to do it. Are
I'm
you
about to
good at
put
it?
you on. Well, hold. I love editing. But there's this shit they use nowadays when I get my new PC set up. I'm gonna be getting it for my streams on there. They got these fucking convenient things called Stream Deck, man. Like you can do sound effects, you can change audio, you can change pitches,
Well,
you
let
can
me
do a
let
bunch
me
of
ask you.
stuff,
Let me
and it's
ask you
just a
something.
little board that
Are
hooks
you
up.
familiar? Are you familiar with the Streamlabs software at all?
Now, I've always used like OBS or
Okay, all
Elgato.
right. Well, check this out. Here's what I. What are you doing tomorrow?
Working
Until when?
like probably 7, 8 o'clock.
Okay. How would you feel about coming over and or even like whenever your next day off is, and like tweaking my shit up and do some editing, and then maybe I can start using something like that as well as StreamYard.
I got you. I got
You
you.
know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That would be cool as shit, and I'll compensate you. You know how that works.
Oh, you're good. It's all good. I help you out.
Well, yeah, but you're going to be forced to smoke weed. That's all. So, peer pressure,
There we
brother.
go.
Peer
It's
pressure.
not peer pressure. It's just my turn.
No, not peer. Pure.
Oh, pure pressure. Hey,
Pure pressure.
I'm cool with that.
You know what the interesting?
Shit.
Do you know what the interesting thing about the word pressure is? The root word of pressure is press.
Press.
Right. So if we have pressure, that means that there's something pressing.
Yes.
Wonder what that could be. Probably the containment, right?
There you go.
And just something I thought I'd throw out there, Dave's coming for I'll give you a reach around. Yeah. You wish, Brian. It's because I turned down his proposition. I did. He was he's getting a little bit too friendly there. I had to kind of back him off. I'm saying, yo. I heard you had AIDS, man. I can't do it. Can't do it. just 8 months. Once we
But
got
yeah,
no longer
a flat earth is the only thing that ever made sense to me from the day I heard it. But no one in my family will discuss that with me. No teachers would ever discuss that with me after that particular teacher. So, I really didn't have anybody to ever talk about, but I knew where I was at. And there's just no way that I could comprehend somebody standing upside down on the bottom of the earth and drinking a glass of water. It made no sense.
Well,
the gravity thing, knowing the word.
Right. Well, when I was a kid there, I'm like you, it didn't make sense to me, that aspect of it, right? But I had no choice but to accept it.
Right.
I can remember them telling me, and I very clearly remember in my mind instantaneously equating that with the merry-go-round.
Right.
And I'm like, well, then how do you stick? And they tried to use that bucket of water thing. And I said, yeah, but the bucket's holding the water, man. That's not the same. Make the water stick to you while you swing the bucket around.
Right.
That would be the same thing. And they got mad about that. And because I didn't take that as a good explanation. And so they explained it to me that in the center of the earth, it's like a big magnet. But then that still didn't make sense to me because I don't stick to magnets. So what the hell would that be doing? And I know that water's not going to stick to magnets. In fact, later on in life, I found out that water is actually diamagnetic.
I don't
remember magnetism.
I don't remember where that teacher grew up, but she didn't grow up in the United States. Her family came here, or she came here later, because she had an accent. Now, I can't remember exactly England or one of them over there in that particular area, UK type.
Some kind of goddamn foreigner.
But she's the one that was telling them the history, because she was giving both sides of it, and it just stuck in my head, and I could never forget what she said. So yeah. And then of course I like sailing videos and anything pretty much to do with water. I really like aquariums, all those kind of things. So you start to see the more knowledge you have on different subjects, and you get out of the box and say, oh, there's a jigsaw puzzle out here, all these little pieces, and you start seeing what they did, and you start putting that picture together, you can't see it the same way anymore.
I know. Well, that's
Your
the whole
whole
thing.
mind starts.
Yeah, you can't unsee it.
Your mind just starts putting it together and pulling this piece from over here, this piece of information from over there. And then you start seeing, oh, so this is what they did. They chopped it all up in little pieces, gave us little pieces in their education system without giving the knowledge behind it all.
Well, yeah,
that was a great deception plan.
Well, that's part of it. The entire indoctrination center and the fun of public education, and the beauty of that whole system right there, from their standpoint. Listen, don't get me wrong. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Very devious.
Yeah.
And disgusting, but nevertheless, it is brilliant in its inception. Okay.
Right.
And what you've got is programmed people programming more people. You understand?
Yeah.
They have no idea, because their whole system that got them to that level of being an educator, so to speak, or a teacher, is more appropriate, because they're not educated. Well, I guess they are, in the sense of like how a re-education camp is concerned. But where did they get their knowledge from? The same way they're giving it to you. They're giving you that knowledge, or what you perceive to be knowledge, the same way they got it. They were told that bullshit. They regurgitated it back the way it was told to them, and someone said that means you're smart. Now, go take what you've memorized and get other people to memorize it and regurgitate it back to you. And you'll be honored for this. So that's what we have going on, man.
Well, I mean, I find it very interesting that that right now, one of the main words you hear everywhere is this word misinformation. Well, why would anybody want that knew the truth, has that knowledge, and they are the ones in control? You see where I'm going?
Right.
Of course, they want everyone to think the truth is misinformation. They're the ones that been promoting it.
Exactly. It's no different than saying when somebody
we come out with what is facts, and we're the ones that are, they've got misinformation to put us down.
It's no different, Dreamy, than when somebody says something that's a truth and somebody else automatically comes out and says, that's a lie. You get that all the time from people. No, that's actually the truth. That's not a lie. Okay. But they'll immediately say it's a lie when they don't like it. You see?
Right.
And that's why they're all the time when people say, oh, you're lying about the water. You're lying about water being level. You're lying. No, there's no lie there.
And they say that the truth is in the mind of the beholder, kind of like beauty.
Well, that's, if the beholder's fucking crazy, then that's kind of a bad act. That's a bad baseline to go by. It really is.
But it's not really a truth we should be looking for. We should be looking for the facts. Because
everybody's truth what you want to be true, not what you want to be true.
I mean, people think some of the craziest things are true, and they're just not. They're fictions or false fantasies.
Right. So, yeah, so what we get coming along with that is based on that perception. Listen, Tavistock made you. Each and every one of you were manufactured by Tavistock Institute, okay? This think tank is what's responsible for everything that is molding and shaping our current society as it is.
Yeah, it's called a Pope.
Okay. So what they do is, and it goes right down to this: the clothes you wear, the foods you eat, the kind of car you drive, the political assuasion that you have, the way you wear your hair. I mean, why did the clothes change between 1970 and now, for instance? What made that happen? The purpose of the clothes is to cover your ass. So how did they float new kinds of clothes and do away with the others? Because you're corralled and pushed into these phylums, man, day after day after day, all the time. Your thoughts are given to you. Everything provided. You don't have to think for yourself. Everything is provided for you.
Well, that's why I said everything in this world is for sale. There's nothing not for sale. Not the dirt under our feet or the air we breathe. Everything in between. All that fat, all those fashions and whatnot, they get people sucked in because you know what? They ain't going to make any money if the fashion don't change, right? So the clothes industry would be pretty much null and void. Everyone would get something to put on and not worry about it anymore. But they got everybody
Right.
chasing the new style, the new this. And see, I hate shopping. I'll tell you right now, I'd rather almost starve than go shopping. So
I know,
when
me
I
too.
go, I fill my house full because I just despise shopping. I know
So,
it's
do
psychological.
you remember back in the 70s when they had designer jeans? Right?
And
All it was blue
80s.
jeans with some designer's name stitched into the
That was
ass of it,
80s.
and they were like top dollar.
That was 80s, like Chick by Trinity.
Yeah, in this late 70s, early 80s. Yeah, designer jeans. That was the thing. And some people got wiser to it because it was like all the kids were like, oh, you would be looked down upon if you didn't have designer jeans, right?
70s was kind of pantsuits and
Shit.
polyester.
Yeah. You'd be looked down upon.
Right.
Kind of, and oh, look, you don't have designer jeans, blah blah blah. Look, you're wearing just regular Levi's or Wrangler or whatever else like that. I have, what was that, Valencio guy or Versace, or there's another guy, Jordache, and there was Gloria Vanderbilt and all this other bullshit, right? And so some people got wiser to it because it's like, look, those are just blue jeans with somebody's name sewed on the ass.
Right.
So you could go to the sewing store and you could buy those little emblems and then just stitch them onto your fucking pants. There, shut up. Now they're Jordache. All right. And that, I'm not kidding you. People did that, but that's how they pushed it. It had like snob appeal, right? Why? Were they better than other blue jeans? No, actually, they were kind of inferior to Levi. They were inferior to Wrangler, but because of the snob appeal, they were able to corner the market on that and making you have an emotion about an inanimate object.
They did the same thing with shoes in the 90s.
Well, they're still doing it.
People will practically kill each other over it. It's crazy.
They do kill each other over it. There's people have killed other people for Air Jordans.
What they call this commercial world we
Blue
live in.
jackets.
Yeah.
A number of things. Listen, what's this character? And look at this is the thing. I can't really see being that hung up on what the hell I put on my feet. In fact, I just assume not have anything on my feet. I don't want to insulate my soles from the natural energy of the earth any more than I have to. But hey, so we all the time put rubber on our feet. Wonder why we don't feel good. And then we got this guy comes out with some kind of shit that, ooh, look at these demon sneakers that have red and black, and there's actually human blood that's used in the making of these and shit. And they're only $1,000. Man, couldn't keep them on the shelf.
Right.
Why? What are you going to do? Run around with that? Because having human blood in your shoes is going to make you run faster or do better layups in basketball, or what's the gig there?
I learned my lesson the hard way when I was 13 years old. I just got most people. That's why I say I'm a little separate than the average 23-year-old. I got my first job when I was 8 years old. So I started getting paychecks when I was 8. After I hit about 13, I was like, okay, I got a little extra money. Let me go spend $120 on a pair of Jordans. Yeah, just the same day I bought them, I put them on my shoes, put the other shoes in the car, went to my girlfriend's house, and like my stepdad drove off. Left my old shoes in that car, and it started raining, and I stepped out of the car, got in a puddle. They were muddy, ruined. $120 same day. I was like, okay, if I'm gonna spend big money, it's gonna be on work boots, so I can make more money.
Right.
Fuck that, $120. That's that's one work boot. I'll go ahead and just buy 2 of those and just make more money. Fuck
Well,
that.
think about what's going on with that, because you're paying that exorbitant price for a thing merely to impress other people, not because of the
Exactly.
quality of the product or the functionality of the product, merely to impress other people.
Yeah.
That's all, because people are look at from that material standpoint that is the sum of a person's being, is the lavishness of their stuff.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying when I tell people that technology is good and bad, because in my generation, if you were born at my time, technology was just being a thing with like the big cell phone, the portable cell phones. Like we just got out of the pager phase. So I was when technology was rapidly growing.
Right.
And it with that tied in with media access as well.
Yeah.
People that was my age growing up, they were teaching you a lot of things like material. You need to look good. You need to have the best car, the best shirt, the best all this. And as I got old, when I was younger, it kind of got me. I was like, yeah, I want all this stuff. But as I got older, I'm just like, dude, I'll throw on a shirt. I don't care what it is, and I'm gone.
That's where I'm at with that shit, man.
Because, dude, it's just a money pit. It's just a money ploy. The same thing is like, I will say one of the things that I am bad for with money ploys is consoles and a cell phone. But I have my cell phone's like, what, 6 years old now?
Yeah.
I like Apple. So yes, I'm aware when I buy a new Apple, I'm buying the same phone in a different shape. So that's why I got an iPhone XR, and they're on like 14 now, 15, some shit like that. I'll keep it until it's broken. But I do keep up to date on consoles normally. That's my money. But I'm pretty aware of it.
I got a Galaxy S9, right? And it works just fine. I don't need the newest thing. I don't need to be able to fold my screen up or anything like that. And this is an amazing. I think I'm one of the very few people. I think I'm the only person that I know that has never broken a cell phone. I've never even cracked the screen of my cell phone ever. I see some people go, hey man, look at this video. And I'm looking at shit because their entire thing is just busted up.
Yeah. I can't do that with a phone. I've never done that. Now, this phone released in 2018, so I've had it that long. That's what I'm saying. Dude, I usually wait. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 generations of their new models before I'm ready for a new one.
Right.
But yeah, I've never cracked or broken a phone. I've even tried to crack a phone one time with an OtterBox on it because I wanted to see if it was true. The OG OtterBoxes were immaculate. I was in the gymnasium in high school and threw it up in the air and let it slam, and nothing happened.
What about them old Nokias? You could about kill somebody with one of those things,
dude. Why do you think all the black suits wear or use them, dude? I'm telling you, you could throw that thing at you to save your life.
Take a Nokia and chuck it at somebody and hit them in the head, knock them unconscious,
knock them out for the next 2 days.
Then call 911 with it, man.
Yep.
Well, you are right about technology being incredible, because here's a little idea, that other people have been pointing out in a very subtle way. You can go off to work, turn your little Roomba on, and that little robot will vacuum your floor while you're gone. They have now lawnmowers that you can do the same thing out in your yard.
Mhm.
So imagine what you can do on the weekend when you ain't got to vacuum the floors and mow the yard. You could go fishing, you see.
No.
So I
Wow.
can see technology being fantastic. You know, it can do tasks for us and leave us hands free to enjoy more of life or whatever you want to do on that day. You know
Right.
what I mean? So technology is a fantastic. It's how people use it.
That's right. They always end up using it to try to fucking kill us. Listen, imagine how nice all that shit's going to be when the AI Skynet goes online, right?
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm
remember
no,
Terminator?
dude. Okay, so I'm a coder, and I'm very uncomfortable with AI. I do
I
not
don't
like
like
it.
the
If
shit.
you give technology free reign at all, you as a coder are it is a servant.
Oh,
The
I'm
first
not
code
talking.
ever was Hello World. So if you're going to code up AI that can anything that it's AI, if it can mow your yard, if it can cook you breakfast, that is a form of AI. You are giving technology a command, but it has free reign.
So
That's
the Roomba was the
that's
first
very
AI.
dangerous because with that you will get you'll if you have a code you're laying out if you're doing simple coding ones zeros things like that trues falses all that good stuff you'll start seeing where the computer even me running my own servers will own the games and stuff I do you'll see where the code does weird things by itself over time it will develop a personality and do its own thing and that is very dangerous if you're going to give technology that free reign it gets really scary.
Well, yes, I agree with you on that. I was meaning, like because the way I understand the Roomba, whenever it hits something, then it just turns and goes the other direction. I wasn't thinking of it in an AI capacity where
Whew.
you're programming it.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the
The
thing.
Roomba
I
was
don't
one of the
agree with
first
Roombas. My
the
sister
vacuum
had
cleaner.
one in the place that we were at,
Mhm.
and that I don't know, it did weird things.
I never
It was
had one.
programmed to cut on and off at certain times, but she turned it completely off. I told her it's already been implemented, so you can't even if you cut it off, it can still have the potential to because
On.
it's on Roombas are usually on Wi-Fi signals, things like that, Bluetooth, because you can connect remotely to your phone. If you let it, if you program it up and put it up like that, you've
Mhm.
already gave it access. So over time with that, it develops a personality. There'd be random moments in the day that it randomly cut on and start going around the house.
Well, I think the
It's
original Roombas, the ones I'm thinking of when they first came out, we didn't have Wi-Fi, so that's why I guess maybe I wasn't quite caught up to the same
that's fair.
So
That's
check
fair.
this
way of
But
out, man.
thinking as you. But I do agree that no, we shouldn't give them that, and I do think that they do because I've seen crazy stuff myself. But I'm not a coder, but I admire the fact that you can do that stuff. That's pretty cool.
So check this out. The other day I was just dicking around in my I was talking to somebody, and in what I was saying was the term "okay, Google." Okay. And when I said that, my phone came on and the little thing right there, and I went, "Fuck you," like that.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
listening to you, Dave.
You know
It's
what it
hearing everything you
all the
say.
time.
You know what it did? It came back and it said, "Please don't talk to me that way." And I went,
That's what the
"What the
iPhones will do that too. Yeah, they'll be
fuck?"
like, "Well, that
Like,
wasn't very nice."
I was like, "Get that shit out of my house, man! It's possessed by Satan. What's up?"
I cussed my phone out till it stopped talking to me, and now it doesn't talk to me no more. I had turned it off. Well, I didn't do it. My daughter did. She turned off that voice thingy. But I'm sitting here, talk about scared out of my brains. I'm sitting here and it's quiet. It's in the middle of the damn night, and I start hearing someone talking to me. And I was watching a video, so it wasn't doing anything, wasn't saying anything. And it starts talking to me. And when I realize it's the phone, I'm like, what the fuck? And it says, please don't talk to me like that.
No shit.
Yeah.
So I just told it to fucking shut up and leave me alone. Here I'm talking to an inanimate object. I realize what I'm doing, but at the same time, I couldn't help myself but yell at it.
Dude, I got the Alexa that Amazon was
So we've
promoting a
got
while back about it.
we've got No Longer on the Ball has come up with us, and Roofy's here. Welcome, guys. How are you tonight?
Okay. Lovely.
We're,
I can't stay long.
Full up.
Probably only half an hour or so.
Right. Cool.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
There you go.
Okay.
No longer on the ball.
Nice. Well, hi. It's my first time ever on a live stream, so hello, everybody.
Welcome.
Good to
There
see
you go.
you.
Welcome.
So what's on your mind? No longer on the ball?
Oh, Roofy. I don't know. And his theolite and measuring all of these nonsensical things, such as an apparent horizon that changes throughout the day, throughout the season, throughout the weather, throughout the temperature, and you just randomly can measure all of these different angles and call yourself on all kinds of different size of balls, I suppose, if you want. I could get 2 sticks and make my dining room table a ball too.
Yeah.
So when you said the horizon changes all over the place, do you have measurements?
No, in fact, I don't have one
Okay.
of your cool little theodolites. So,
Okay. So you're talking out
but
your ass. All right.
no. I'm talking based on observations of things I've actually seen, and also other people's observations. I pay attention. I'm not a surveyor or whatever you call it. So,
Yeah, I have to agree with.
Observations, not
I have
measurements.
to
Okay.
agree. I have to agree that an apparent horizon is not an actual horizon at all.
mhm.
That's just a given. We know this. We know this to be true. Because as we rise, although the apparent horizon to your field of view may be slightly below your crosshairs, the actual horizon is at the crosshairs. And,
Do you have a measurement of this?
And maybe you're
here's just common sense, Roofy. As you rise in elevation, you would see, if you're on a ball the size we say, if that's true, then as you rise in elevation, you will see a dramatic decrease in the elevation of the apparent horizon, and you don't see
Yes,
that.
you do.
You don't.
Yes,
Not
you do.
drastic. No way. You're out of your mind with that.
Predictable.
Listen, you want
Depends what
this
you call
thing to be
drastic.
evolved so badly that you'll cling to one thing and say, this can only mean this, and it doesn't. All you're doing is arguing that your optical illusion is reality. That's all.
correct.
What I did was measure the angle to the horizon.
I don't give a
And
shit if you
even
measure the angle from a cat's ass to the end of his tail.
Right.
It
Okay.
doesn't make an illusion the actuality of what you're seeing.
Right. But I made a measurement and you just went, nah.
No,
I need
you need to show what's that increase when you get up. Let's say where I'm at right now. Okay, I'm up at 120,000 feet, give or take. Right.
Yeah.
Notice that the horizon is not drastically below anything.
It'll
Right.
be about 5
Whereas
degrees
at
down.
120,000 feet, the horizon, if it were physical, would be well below me, well below where right now it's at my shoulders. It would be down about right where my fucking titties are at.
Right. But how are you establishing horizontal in that photo?
I'm establishing horizontal with level. Okay.
How?
The fact that this object, this balloon, is hanging, and most things hang plumb. Right? Can we agree to that? Because that is perpendicular to level. And as we've already established, level does not involve any arcs, curves, gravity, or centers of Earth at all. We read an entire column of definitions for the word level in every context that it is used, and never once were any of those words given in the definition. The only place we find that words in the definition is your highly changeable, editable at a keystroke online reference. This is why I go to the paper references for these things.
Okay. But the question was, how do you establish horizontal from a balloon?
Because the balloon would hang plumb.
Would it? Isn't it windy?
It
up
would
there?
hang is close enough to plumb to establish a horizontal horizon.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have the
Absolutely.
source?
Do you
have the
think
source
that
for
it's
the video behind
flying?
you?
Do you think it's going sideways or something? Is
I
there
think
some
it
reason?
wobbles around
Would there
everywhere,
be
yes.
some reason at that altitude with this balloon? And in fact, it's a screen capture from a video.
Right.
Okay. It's a screen capture from a video. And never once in any time during that was there an aberration in indicating that that balloon was rocking or doing any other such nonsense. Okay.
Well, how about I share my screen?
All right, just a minute. I'm going to finish what I was saying.
Yeah.
Right. And so what this tells us is that we see level at the same height from our viewing perspective as we see when we stand on the ground. If it was a ball at this altitude, that level horizon, which you notice it's not curving from left to right either, and that field of view is about 500 miles. Okay, so we don't see any aberration in that whatsoever, whereas it should be below us. It should be well below the level that we're seeing it at right there. And to ask, how do we know that it's sitting level? Well, if it's hanging from something, that means that it's plumb or is very close to plumb. So that's why. Let's see, where's your, I don't see anything. Oh, it's down here. I have 2 pages of,
So
I have
I
2
literally
pages of things.
Literally just typed in high altitude balloon, and this is the first hit.
Oh, good. Let's always take the first hit, guys. Always take the first hit, especially when dealing with Google. Okay.
All right.
Especially
Can you
when
see
you're
the
dealing with
horizon
Google.
moving around?
Yeah, you know what? I
Right.
see it changing. Hold
Right.
on a second. Put it
Moving
back.
around.
Leave it play for a minute, Ruhif.
It only goes
Leave
for a
it
couple of
play.
seconds.
Leave
at the
it
start.
play.
Yeah, but then it goes to something else.
Yeah,
I've
well,
got a-
no. Put it back. Go back
Yeah,
again.
all right.
All right.
Can you
So
see the horizon moving?
yeah, and yes, I do see the
Right.
horizon moving. You know what I
So
don't
it doesn't
see it
just hang
doing?
plumb.
You know what I see it doing? Look at here, Roof. I'm going to
Yeah,
show
I can
you
see
what
it.
I see it doing. And I know that everyone else that watched that saw it doing too. We saw it doing this, didn't we?
Yep.
We saw it do it. We didn't see this. We didn't see a curve. We saw
Right.
this.
What
We
camera
saw
are they using?
hold on. We saw the horizontal horizon tilt. We didn't see an arc tilt.
And what camera are they using?
Gives a shit.
And to
Well, I give a
clarify
shit,
for
right?
Rufy, in that video,
It's your
you just
video,
showed-
man. It's your
Right.
video. You tell me what camera it's
Right. A
using.
lot of them uses GoPros, right?
Okay.
Right.
So
A lot of
also,
them use
It's horizon.
GoPros, and there's a lot of them that don't. So
Right.
what's your point?
Well, we can't expect to see horizon curve if we don't know what camera they're using. If
Why
they're using
not?
a GoPro,
Why not?
Because the
We
GoPro will
have a
distort it.
size. We have a size of the Earth, and we have a distance. We should back down to the Earth. We should be able to see that curvature from that height.
Oh, hang on. My daughter wants to come back in. Do you want to turn camera off? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn the camera off. All right, there we go. So we don't know what camera they're using, but we know that GoPro cameras and wide-angle lenses distort the
Yes, we
horizon,
do.
right?
Yes.
So obviously that's not my point in this video. My point is that the horizon is moving around.
Okay.
Okay, so the camera is not sitting plumb.
Well, no, in that instance, you're absolutely correct. So
Okay.
what? So what? It did, however, exemplify my point of a level, flat horizon, because we did not see the characteristics of a ball exhibited in that at all. We saw a horizontal horizon that tilted as a result of the camera moving.
Okay,
We
don't
did
know
see
what
a
camera they're
slight- and
using.
when that happens with a GoPro, this is what's really interesting. So when we have some of these, for instance, the Baumgartner character, he had a GoPro on his helmet too, and on that thing, and they said, "Oh, look, you can
Oh,
see
there
the
we go.
curve." Hold on, you can say, "Oh, look, we saw the curvature of the Earth." Well, if you think that New Mexico takes up over a quarter of the Earth's surface, then yeah, you probably would think that.
Okay,
But
can you see my screen?
holy goddamn, give it a
See my
second,
screen?
brother. I'll pull it up in just one hot fucking minute. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Look at there. So what do we got? We got the
It's
fact that
clearly-
the
Are you sure?
horizon. So what we know
Yeah,
happens
real.
is when a straight line
Really?
was brought out of center from a curved lens like that, it becomes either convexed or concave.
Right.
Right? Okay. So does this prove, what does this prove? That proves the manipulation of a horizontal line.
My point with this video is not to show horizon curve. My point is to show the camera moving around.
All right. I'm not disputing that your video
Excellent.
has a camera moving around. I'm not
Excellent.
disputing
All right.
that.
So
Your
in-
video, and as a result of your camera moving around, we are getting distortions in the horizon.
Right.
I do not dispute that your video that you are playing right now does exhibit those characteristics. So
Excellent.
what?
Right. So given that we agree that the camera is moving around,
No, that camera is moving around. I don't agree
Okay.
that the one that I got this photograph from was moving around, because
Okay.
that's precisely why I grabbed the screen grab.
then
from.
show me the source for it.
What do you mean show you the source for it? It's I just told you I grabbed a screen grab from one that was not waving around like the one that you're showing right here.
I
I'm
don't
not
believe
going
you.
to no. Until you ever prove me a liar, I'm not going to be accused of fucking lying. You got it?
I'm not accusing
All
you
right.
of lying.
Well, then I don't need to verify that I did indeed get this, and I'm not going to sit here and hunt down the exact video that I grabbed that screen grab from a year or more ago from.
Okay, so you cannot establish, you cannot
I
provide
can't
evidence for how
establish
you would
You
whether or
can't
not
provide
you
it.
believe it. Whether or not you believe it, I could give a flying rat's ass. Okay.
Okay. So
This
you
is the
can't provide
pedantic
evidence. Okay.
bullshit. Listen, Rufy, this is the pedantic bullshit that you guys do every time, because you want your goddamn fairy tale to be true so badly that you're willing to completely obfuscate and deceive in order to make it appear as though your bullshit is true.
Okay. Do you have evidence that that
Yes.
video? Well, okay, then show it.
Evidence of what now?
That video shows the camera not moving around.
The one I'm in?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I have my testimony in telling you
Okay.
that. Okay.
All right.
And
I have
here,
a
if you want to
testimony
go
that it
even
will move
further,
around.
here, because in lieu of having to go and dig around in an archive of fucking videos to satisfy your pedantic goddamn need for an evidence, I have a Holy Bible right here. This does mean something to me when you swear an oath to God, whether it's on a book or anything else. So I'm going to put my hand on it right here, and I'm going to raise my right hand, and I'm going to say, I swear to God and on the lives of my loved ones and children that I grabbed this screen capture from a video that showed a non-swinging fucking camera. So help me God. There.
Okay.
Now
Evidence
you have
trumps
your
testimony.
evidence, and that's about what you're going to get in lieu of me
All right.
going digging around
That's
for
fine.
some shit to satisfy your little pedantic need to prove your fucking fairy tale ball.
And
I
Ruby,
didn't
why
make
don't-
the claim.
Why don't you prove? Why don't you and all the other people that believe they live on a globe? Why don't you all get together and recreate a globe as you claim that it works, with
What do you
water
mean,
flowing, with water flowing and dirt and spinning and all that? Do it exactly like what you claim it is. Otherwise, y'all need to shut up and start doing some listening, because we are coming to you with some very important information. You've been lied to.
As I said to Kenny, your good friend Kenny Sovereign Soul, let me just read it out what I wrote to
Was
Kenny.
Kenny eating a dick back? Good to see
Are you?
you, Kenny. Good to see you. Did you answer the question I asked you? What medium is Polaris suspended in? What is the material around Polaris? And when you tell me that, I would like the proof of that.
And I'll just read out this one sentence that I wrote to Kenny. I said, they're just conspiracy theorists. They give the game away when they say things like the government is lying to you about the shape of the earth, because that's where they get their info from. They get
Okay,
told
all right.
it.
Well,
hang on.
hold on. Rufy,
Haven't finished. I'm halfway
All right,
through a sentence.
go ahead.
Because that's where they get their info from. They get told it rather than being able to figure it out for themselves.
Sure.
That's right. You sure do.
That's what you do. Exactly, Rufy. That's exactly. Now I want to get you back to something right here.
That's not what I
You
said.
threw around. Hold on. a
Believed
second.
everything you were lied to and told.
Just a minute. Just a minute. You just used a term, and I want you to define it. You used the term conspiracy theorist. Would you please enhance and delineate the definition of what a conspiracy theorist is?
Yes, I know
Okay.
where this is going to go. Right?
No,
There is a
do you
derogatory.
really? You're a soothsayer now.
Yep. There is a derogatory connotation to the word conspiracy theorist. Yes, they believe crazy things, and they
That-
believe.
Does that what it means?
Yes, words
It
change
does mean
meaning.
it
right?
means that someone believes something crazy. So where do
Yeah.
you derive that from the two words
Like I said,
conspiracy? Where do
know
you
where you're
derive
going, Dave.
that? Just a second. Listen to the question, Rufy. Where do you derive that definition based on the two words conspiracy and theory?
Right. I don't get that definition from those two words put together. I
Okay,
know where you're
then
going.
why
Dave.
would you use a definition that makes no sense to the word? Why would you use the word as something that it doesn't mean?
Right. Because we had this conversation yesterday. Words
No, we didn't have
change-
this
Yes, we
conversation
did.
yesterday. No, we did not.
Words
No.
change meaning.
No,
over
no, no,
time.
no, no, no. You don't change mirroring. What's a conspiracy?
Yeah, I know
What
where you're
is a
going, Dave.
conspiracy,
The
Rufy?
current meaning of the word conspiracy theorist is not just simply
No,
putting together the two words
because that's a
conspiracy and
compound word.
theorist.
It's a compound word. You don't put them both together, do you? They're two separate words used in conjunction with one another. So now we're going to break it down. Rufy, what is a conspiracy?
People meeting up to plan something. I don't know.
Okay.
Whatever you like, Dave.
Is
Whatever
it
you like.
usually something nefarious, right? Okay, so is it out of the question to have an idea that perhaps people that are in power would collude in secret to do something to their benefit or to the detriment of someone else? Is that ever unheard of? Is
Sure,
it,
Dave. Just
is
assume
it
yes to
ever,
every
hold on,
question.
is it ever unheard of? Is that ever unheard of?
Just assume yes to every question.
No. It
Okay,
is
yes.
unheard of. It is
Okay,
unheard
yes.
of.
Oh, no. Okay, no.
People-
So then no. All right.
So no. So that's not out of the question. And so if you've got some evidence that would point in the direction of very powerful people colluding in secret to do something that could be nefarious, beneficial to them at the expense of others or something like that, so that that would be a theory, right? That these people are doing that based on evidence that we put together, right? So that would be a
What
theory.
answer would
So
you
we
like?
have conspiracy and we have theory, and we've indicated that theory can indeed be a possibility, and in some instances we've seen it to be proven true. So how do those two words equate to something crazy or outlandish?
Okay, that is the meaning that the term conspiracy theorist has evolved into.
Why? Why did it evolve into that?
Because language evolves. That's how
But
language
why
works.
would it evolve into that? Language doesn't evolve. Etymology is etymology, brother.
Right.
You're never going to ever get the etymology of sick to mean that it's a neat thing. Okay.
But people use that word to
I don't give a
convey
fuck
really
what
cool.
people do, Rufy. I don't give a shit. It's in the words. I don't give a fuck. You start calling this thing a cinder block. You call your phone a cinder block. Cool. Does that mean it's a cinder block? Is it made of cinders? No, it's not. So therefore, it's a misnomer. That's what we call that. Okay. And this is why you speak dog English. And that's why they're able to pull their trickery on you, just like they do with satellite phone. You automatically believe that the word satellite means a little magic dumpster flying around in space, when it doesn't necessarily mean that at all. Corporations have satellite stores. Are they in outer space? No, they're not. The towers that are sticking up that work for the cell phone companies are known as satellite nodes. Is that because they're in space? No. Does it mean that it's because they're talking to something in space? No. It means that they're nodes of a central point. That's all. It's in the wording, and they use the wording to trick you. So in this instance, the weaponization of the word conspiracy theorist into a definition that has absolutely no basis in meaning to the words being used at all has been weaponized to mean exactly the definition that you have put forth, but it's not. And here's a little thing for you might want to look at too. Most of us consider ourselves conspiracy analysts, because there's no doubt that the conspiracy is real.
yes, the term may have been weaponized against you.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, but
Right.
it happened. Right.
Well, not to me, it didn't. And not to anybody that's got any common sense at all.
That happened to you,
Okay?
Darth?
This is why I don't, when I think something's really a nifty product, right? Something that I think is really great. I don't think it's sick. No. You know why? Because sick means ill, right?
Yeah.
That means ill. And so if I said something was ill, how is that good?
Yeah.
You see?
Like I said,
So in my mind, I use words correctly. Okay.
that's the wrong way to look at a language.
No, it's not at all. It's the right way to
Languages
look at a
evolve.
language, because the purpose of the language is to convey information using a vibratory. Okay, now these vibratories and their sounds are rooted in for a certain way and for a certain reason. Because if you start using this bullshit and try to translate it into another language, it's going to come out as gibberish. You understand that, right? You can't speak slang into a translator and have it translate that into German.
No.
Okay.
Because
If
slang
I
is
wanted
what
to tell
evolves.
somebody, if I wanted to tell a German person and tell them that I think this thing is really awesome, so I want to tell them I think that's really sick. What's that going to translate to? They're going to think that I'm sick. It's not going to mean that, because slang is slang, language is language. So learn the difference between the two. Gay for a homosexual is a slang term. It is not
I don't think it's slang anymore. I don't think it's slang anymore.
No, it's always going to be slang, because the definition of the word is not what they're changing it to.
Okay.
You don't get to just change the meaning of a fucking word.
Can words be invented?
Well, every single word's invented.
Okay,
But
so we can make up new words,
the
right?
difference in this is that
No,
yes,
words can
slang is what evolves. Language is language. It's base language. What Sav learned in school, hi, bye, me, we, Sue, is the same shit that I learned in school 20, 50, 40, I don't know. I'm not going to dig deep into that. But for a couple years later, it's the same thing. There's difference. Slang's a lazy language. It's a lazy English. I mean, every language has a slang. It's a lot different than the base language.
Okay. How old is the English
like
language?
here in the States, we say a diaper when we put a diaper on a baby. In Australia, they use the term nappy.
Yep. Well, here's an interesting one. Rufy understands
English,
this.
right?
Hood. What's a hood?
A hood?
Rufy?
You mean
What's
the
definition
bonnet,
of a
the
hood?
bonnet of the car?
The bonnet of the car, right?
Yeah.
I had somebody, a British guy, I was broke down on the side of the road, and this guy stopped to help me, and he happened to be British, and he goes, well, all right, mate. He says, just go ahead and open
the
up.
bonnet.
He says, just pop the bonnet. And I was like, what the fuck is it? Bonnet? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
My grandpa used to say
We
that.
have
You know,
different
so-
words to refer to different things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
But
how old
that-
is the English language, you asked, Rufy?
Yeah.
It's just roughly 400 years old.
You
But there
sure?
is-
Yes.
There's
How old
also
is the King
different
James
branches
Bible?
of
How old is the
language.
King James Bible, Rufy? Because the English
1600.
language was actually kind of brought in to make that Bible. That was where
Really?
it kind of came from. Yeah, Bacon
Hang on.
and what's his name? D. But in any case, what does that matter? Does the word shadow, what does that evolved into? What is a shadow? Is a shadow different? Is a shadow different now than it was in 1611? Other than not having an E on the end of it and no C in the middle?
Maybe.
Really?
No English word existed, 2,000 years ago.
You're absolutely right. That's right. And that's why a lot of scholars go back to the original Greek. That's why a lot of scholars go back to the original Greek and the Latin. And when we do that, we go into, like, for instance, when in the Bible it says firmament, we go back to the original translation, and it comes from a word raki, right? Which means a shield. And shields are usually what, Rufy? They're solid, aren't they? Sure. And when it's described later, it says that it's like a like a molten glass. So what also acts like a molten glass? Water does, doesn't it? It certainly does. So there's just that right there that I'm looking at. And I know that this thing has to be contained or we couldn't have gas pressure. That's just a given until it's proven otherwise.
All right. But you think the blue sky is the waters above it?
No. I think the waters above us are actually dark. I don't think we see that. I think the light is actually here. Okay. And this water is actually above us. I think it may be of a denser material. The things that we observe in it, and especially this one, this is what got me, because I got to thinking about that last night, Rufy. I don't know if you caught the earlier part of the show.
No, I'll go back and listen to it when I jump in the car.
Yeah, you'll like it. It has to do with this idea that because of this Polaris being seen 45 degrees from the 45th parallel and being seen at 0 degrees when you double the distance. And yes, I was wrong. It's 26 degrees. You're right for that doubling of the baseline. But when you said, so this can only mean that there's a curve to the earth, you were absolutely wrong, because there are other explanations for that. And I covered those earlier.
Okay.
And
did you do any geometry?
Did I do any geometry? No. Just watch the video. Just watch the video, Ruth. Okay.
I got to go.
Because it all stems on this. Your geometry is not worth a fuck unless. Okay. First off, I'm going to tell you this right off the bat, just like I've told everybody here tonight a couple of times. If you're looking in the sky to determine where you live, you're retarded.
Okay.
So
geometry.
No. Just stop. I'm not done. When I get done, I will say I'm done. All right. So to look at the sky and objects in it to determine where you're standing is retarded. Okay. If you showed up on my job site and I said, how are you going to level this floor? And you look up at the goddamn sky, you're off the job. That's all. Okay. That's not a way to determine that. Secondly, to determine that is the only way, right? We are under the assumption, again, an assumption of what lies beyond the containment of the Earth's atmos. Our atmos system is contained. Now, the assumption of it being a void or a vacuum would indicate perhaps that when we're doing those declinations of Polaris. But also, we also have to take into account the idea, and has been told, like in many scriptures of creation, waters above. Psalms mentions it as well. We see the behavior of when we photograph stars and videotape them with the P900, that they act as though there's something in water. And this occurred to me. Watch this, Rufy. Okay.
Please don't say the stars look like glowing.
No. I'm going to show you something that would account for that stellar aberration of not seeing it through the geometry not working right. Okay. Because what we find out, often flat earthers say water doesn't lie. But that's not true, because water does lie. But when it does lie, it lies flat and level. Watch this video. Do you see the man in the pool? This is his body right here. That's where he's actually at. Watch what happens. Now, this is convexed. So let's just even think what that would be concaved and what that would do to your perception of where something is at. Notice you're only going to see the guy straight on. You're only going to see him when you're looking at him straight on. Okay. But there at that angle, look at that. That's nowhere near where he's at. And that effect is only going to get worse as you increase your angle away from him. So it is not the only explanation of a curved earth, is not the only explanation at all, because until we can actually determine what the medium above our firmament actually is, then this is a possibility.
All right. I'll say one thing and then I've got to go in the car.
Right.
And I probably won't join from the car. I'll probably listen to the first half hour or something.
But I mean, that right there, like I say, water does lie, but when it lies flat.
Okay. Just quickly, we can describe and explain what is happening with that refraction.
Yes,
just as we can
I know
describe and
what's happening
explain.
with that. I know what's happening with that. And you know what? We'd have that. And as he changes his distance from that, in other words, thickening and lessening the medium between the observer and the object, right? Without having an actual distance to where he's at, like we can do here, right? We're really not sure what we're looking at. We're not really sure. Now we incorporate that water effect along with the fact that that's a curved lens, which of course it would only make sense to have an arch for a container. It would only make sense to use a curved container because it's going to be the strongest architectural structure. So that would only make sense to have that. And it's just, so it does offer that possibility.
All right, last thing I'll say. We're talking about the shape of the Earth, but most flat earthers refuse to do geometry, which is the mathematics involving shapes.
Right, that's right. But so why are we using things in the sky that we know nothing about?
Right, because that can tell us what the shape is underneath.
No, that doesn't, because as I just pointed out, if you are under a curved surface that has water above it, it's not going to actually tell you a shape of anything.
Well, it does. Thank you. See you tomorrow, maybe, Dave. See ya.
It's going to give you an apparent it's going to give you an apparent location of that object. That's all. And in this case,
what he just said is his face is the same shape as his ass, because what's up is the same as what's down. That's how retarded he is. Sorry, I thought it was hilarious.
It's not retarded. I think it's more just flim flam trickery. He really listen, Dreamy, just calm down. It's cool. It's like I'm not sure if he really does believe this horse shit, or if he's really trying to use the trickery. And I'm leaning toward the second. However, we do know that Rufy, he's a good guy, I guess. I like him okay. But I do know he's all in on everything.
Yes.
Right. So is he really buying into it and not accepting the idea of these other possibilities? Probably most likely because he really wants this shit to be true. Because in order to do this, look, we're looking for truth, aren't we? And the only way we can come to truth is if we stop fucking lying. First off,
but I'm also taking into account his body language, his smirks, the way he looks at you, the way he asks his question.
Yeah.
But he uses a lot of communication techniques that you can learn in college.
Mm-hmm. You can learn them on the street.
Those smirky little looks, or will prove it. Those things that he knows are going to make you come back with something to try to argue with him, because he's wanting you to prove something, but not really. He's playing a mind game. And I see it. I took communications on my own because I had the books, so I read them all. But repeating yourself is a way to get somebody to stay on topic, even whenever they try to avoid the question. But they lead you astray. So that's a communication tactic, and that's what he does.
Well,
here's himself too. Pay attention, and contradicts himself as well. That's another factor that will tell you that somebody is playing you or not. Does he really know? I think he does know.
Well, look, we're not going to turn this into a bashing Ruhif.
Well, I'm not. I'm just saying, to me, it seems like he's playing us.
Well, I believe so too, just like McToon does, and the rest of these jokers do that shit too. And it does look as though it's like Duper's delight. I'm going to mute you for a second, Rasta. So, I think that I think it's not really a case, because if you're going to have if you're going to be open, you have to deal with what you can prove, right? And just by stacking more hypothesis on top of a hypothesis is not proof of your hypothesis. All right. They're only elements of it. And like I
Right.
said, we need to know, they have to prove what is beyond the containment. And I know they always say, what containment? And I said, it's the one that holds in your air pressure, that one, because you can't have pressure without containment. And if you, before you go screaming gravity and telling me what your hypothesis is, prove that shit. Prove that gravity can prevent equalization of pressurized gas. Prove to me that gravity can actually pressurize a gas to begin with. And for that matter, prove gravity. All right. All these assumptive bullshit stacked together, treated like it's fact, is not proof of anything whatsoever. Okay. So once we establish what is beyond our firmament, I'm going to go ahead and use that, the container, right? When we determine what is beyond that, then we can determine. Now, what does our observations tell us? We see a lot of things in common with water.
Yep.
Including this stellar aberration that we experience with Polaris between 45 degrees and 90 degrees. Right? Because as the little video shows, if it ever comes up, I'm probably going to have to restart my goddamn StreamYard again.
Well, and one question I've always had is, where does all the rain come from? Like, if you know, like, because the way that they describe it with pulling up moisture from the ocean or whatever and up in the clouds, when you can fly through the clouds on an airplane, it's like, where does all the rain come from?
Okay,
You know?
I can give you a really good experiment, which you've probably done already many times. Go in the kitchen, put a lid on a pot of boiling water, and you're going to get all them drips, especially if you have a glass lid. That'd be perfect. Then you can watch all those drips drop right back into the pan. You have evaporation. Whenever it collects and gets so heavy, so much that it can't hold anything more, they start coming together until they form drops and fall.
And wouldn't that prove a firmament? Because, like, wouldn't there have to be a top of the container for the moisture to go and gather the raindrops?
No. That's just an example, Rasta. That's an example.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, I understand, but like, I'm trying to apply it to like.
All right, I'm gonna tell you how it happens. All right, what happens as moisture evaporates, water evaporates, okay, and it goes into the atmos, okay, because of this evaporation process, it's become a less dense material, right? And what'll happen is when it'll form into like clouds, right? Because as it gets cold, then what happens is that evaporated water starts to come together and contract, right? And when it contracts together, it condenses, right? Comes together and becomes dense, condenses into liquid water, which of course is heavier than the medium of air that it's in, and it falls back to Earth. And it's a continuous process. And this,
I get that, you know, and I understand that, but like, I've had these alternate theories where, like, because, like, you know, even in the Bible, it talks about waters above us. And so, like, I you know, one of my theories is like the clouds are like a conduit that are sitting up there, and especially like through weather modification, you know, like with the you know, Doppler radar and the frequencies that they use to modify the weather. It just seems like that somehow the clouds are maybe used as like a vacuum that pulls the water through the firmament and down to the earth in some type of you know, directive manner. And so that's something.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't think that the
I mean, it could be possible though, right? You know, like possible. we don't really have any of the answers. We don't know because
you're
like,
right.
we don't have access to the science.
It's absolutely possible, I would suppose, But what we do is we find that the rainwater we get comes from like a specific altitude range, you know. So
Yeah.
you know, in a closed system, if you think about this, in a closed system of constant respiration, which is what evaporation and condensation is a part of the process of respiration, the exchanging of gases is another, right? These all come together and form this ecosystem that we're in. But in all reality, there would never be a need for any water to be added whatsoever, because where in the fuck is it going to go?
So
right?
at any point, like is anybody else willing to accept a possible holographic theory, where like there's multiple dimensions going on, and
Possibly, but
we're
hold
in
on,
some
Ross.
type of hologram that's possibly even controlled by Elon Musk,
It's
and
very
his
possible, Ross.
little tower, and sending out things, and that's could be the cause for even the Mandela effect and other things. It's like.
I don't know. But before we get too deep into that, Kenny Eaton says here, he says, I used to build equipment that went to space. Okay. You can stop your sentence with, I used to build equipment.
I know.
All right?
I was looking at some of the things that.
Stop.
Okay.
I'm
Yes.
not done.
Sorry.
Man.
Sorry. Sorry. What the heck?
All right. He says, I used to build equipment that I was told went into space. So while I haven't been there, plenty of Coben equipment has. Okay, so the reality of that statement, Kenny, is this. I used to build equipment that I was told went into space. And so while I haven't been there or have any proof that this stuff is, I believe that what they told me, that the equipment I built went into space. That's what your statement really actually says right there. Now, I built a test stand for front wheel drive transmissions, where it would have a series of match plates that came up. Spent a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of engineering and man hours on this piece of equipment. And it was designed to be able to test 3 different transmission types by matching up the wormholes and making sure that all of the fluids and everything could go through perfectly. And it was in a nice Lexan container. All this shit was all automated. It was beautiful, right? So you'd figure that Buick was using that thing all the time and shit, or General Motors was using that thing all the time, right? Nope. They never used it once. It went right from us to them out to the fucking yard, and they never employed it whatsoever or used it one time. Now, had I not seen that piece of equipment sitting out there decaying with other equipment, I would have been under the assumption that that machine that I built was being used all the time to test the transmissions of these cars. So that's as good as your statement is right there, Kenny. Sorry, not good enough, my friend. Not even as good as Mr. B having an uncle that was at Sandy Hook. All right, so I'm dropping off this thing for just a second. You guys hold it down. I'll be right back. I'm jerking around.
Well, that was very well stated, and I really appreciate, how he stated that, because you don't know if you've been to space unless you've been to space. And, that's just the reality of it. And I do believe there's the stuff up there. I mean, honestly, I feel like I got taken once on this craft. They just beamed me up. I was at the Oregon Country Fair, and I got just beamed away and replaced. Like, 4 or 6 hours later, the sun was coming up, and it's a long story. I've shared it before, but I mean, I do believe there's something up there. However, what we don't have access to it, because like it's in like a godly realm, and so it's away from us. And so that leads me to my point that anybody who believes that we still live on a spinning ball, and that we're flying at 66,000 miles per hour through random chaos, yet we still get to see all the same stars at all the times. It just leads me to believe that just like with the medical nonsense and the political nonsense and all those things, there's high level demonic possession going on in this realm right now.
Yes, there
And
is.
and most people that won't accept the facts at this point, I'm convinced that they're under some type of high level witchcraft spell.
Yeah,
Where there's demons at the will. And you can come to terms with that, and you can get salvation. You can like conquer your demons. You can like come to terms with that. But you have to come to terms with it, because if not, those demons aren't going to relinquish you. And there are demons in this world right now. I've been dealing with them myself. They've opened up some kind of portal, through different places. I think here in Portland there's portals. I think like in like CERN, I think they're doing some really dark demonic things with CERN in the Hadron Collider in Geneva, Switzerland. And that's just one of many locations where they're actively doing this right now. I mean, with what's going on in the world stage, we got these fires happening. We've got, so many different things like volcanoes erupting. There's massive weather events going on right now. We got hurricanes hitting the East Coast. There's a multitude of things that are going on in this world right now, and they're all interconnected. Like they're not just some random thing, because they've controlled the weather for quite some time now. And that's just something else. It's like if you see those trails that are being sprayed out by the planes up in the sky, and you think those are normal clouds, or that's just contrails, it's like there's something wrong. Same with like the two towers that happened to fall. It's like if you believe like the actual story of that, then that's your stopping point on this journey. Like you get stop signs, and you either get stopped at them or you kick the stop sign down and you keep on moving down the road. And that's what most of us are on a mission for, is to just keep moving down the road, because we're not stopping at this point. Once we've seen the truth, and we've tried to debunk it just like any of the globies have. We've tried harder than anyone else to debunk. And because we're passionate about real facts and information, and we're not going to be deceived. So like obviously we're not going to be so passionate about a flat playing field that we're on, this plane that we're living on, if we haven't looked to the farthest reaches to make sure that it's not accurate information. And that's where we're at. It is accurate information 100%. And it's only part of the story, like I say, like, because there's so much more. But you have to like accept truth after truth if you want to get further down the line. And the truth isn't for everybody. It's like it really isn't. It's a real special gift. It's a blessing to be able to see the truth and to know the truth and to, emulate the truth and be able to stand in truth, because we get more ridicule and hatred and just like people like not wanting to be our friends, family members, trying to disown us because we stand in the truth. And it's like, obviously, if it's something that we're so passionate about that we don't care, we'll stand in front of a train and shout the truth, then obviously it's probably the truth, because we're pretty legit and intelligent people. And we've got people that have been in NASA. We've got people who have been through some of these programs to where like we have inside information. Like we have people on all levels of the playing field who are on the flat earth. We have pilots, we have helicopter pilots, astronauts. We have them all.
So Lisa says, who is this guy? This is Rostabear, Lisa. Rostabear is somebody
Rostabear, Andre 222.
Rostabear can't stop talking though.
No, sorry, I was just announcing myself.
Rostabear is somebody who is not afraid to click the link and come up on panel. That's what we have here. But this back on what we were talking about in the topic of tonight's show. Before we get too far off, I'm going to. This is interesting because, as we said, these things when we view them, they appear as though they're in water. And this is one done with a P900, and I think this is really, really cool. First, you'll get a static image, and then it will show it in video. And just notice the similarities of how something behaving in water, especially an energy source. Watch this. And see the fluid way in which those ripples go? Like, look at that thing. Here's another one. Check this one out. And there's the static image of it. That one's not so hot. I've seen better, clearer ones, but it's hard to get a picture of something that's moving like that and doing that kind of thing. Look at that craziness.
And there's similar videos of water droplets. If you play sound frequency to the water droplets,
that's what I've said. Cymatic frequencies. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost identical. So and that's why I've always theorized, like these stars or whatever, they each are playing a different note. You know, they're just playing a beautiful sound up there.
All right. So did you catch the last couple of nights I've brought up this idea, and it's just an idea, of course, and it ties right into this kind of thing too. And I'm glad that you brought up that these look like they're cymatic patterns created by a frequency or a sound. Now, in many traditions, worldwide, cultures believe that these stars were actually sentient, up to and including the reason that these things are named after gods. They have names, personifications to them, right? That's kind of odd. Why would do you put a personification to any of your streetlights? I mean, do you have one named Bill and another one named Mary or anything like that? No, you don't.
Well, you know, like in the book of Enoch, and it's like some of the lost scriptures, you know, like it talks about the fallen angels. And so one theory is that, you know, these are fallen angelic.
Can I finish my thing before we get into that? Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. So now, as I was saying, they believe them sentient. And now when we even go into what people are familiar with in our Christian traditions in the West, they talk of the angels singing or choirs of angels. They're often depicted with trumpets or harps, music associated with the angels. And I had this thought. I was like, what if each one of these stars is just a member of a grand symphony that is orchestrating this reality that we live in? Each one of them, this guy right here might be a special piccolo part that's in there, and the other star is a trombone that's doing another thing, and all of these frequency vibrations bringing the energy in the earth system into a reality. Just something to think about.
Well, see, and I think like that incorporates, you know, how like musicians like get their inspiration for a lot of their songs because they tap into this ether, you know, this higher, you know, like especially for the great classic music that's been put out, you know, like they've tapped into something higher, you know, like the higher Akashic records, I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Akashic record.
Akashic records of just everything that is in the, you know, up in the ethos and where the stars are, you know, and so like I think it coincides with, you know, what you're saying, because they just look magnificent in those videos.
Yeah, those are insane. And the thing about it too is it's like at this point right here, we already know that it's this thing about space is bullshit, because if that was real, he wouldn't have to fake any of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's and I don't know, looking at this, maybe there's a reason that they're practicing in a goddamn pool.
Yeah.
Maybe once they get through, they expect to be in water. I don't know, man.
Well, see, I've been getting a lot of these visions here lately. I've been getting some crazy prophetic visions that have just been out of this world. They've been so real that they've woken me up if I was asleep, or sometimes I've been awake and I've gotten them. And one of them has shown me that, you know, that Cascadia and the San Andreas and the New Madrid fault line, you know, could be triggering at some point in the future, and then we would be underwater like the stars.
Well, whatever happens, man. Ain't shit I can do about it, right?
And yeah, that's right. You know, like I honestly don't even, you know, I'm excited if anything, because I mean, it is what it is. You know, it's meant to be. If that's what's going to happen,
I'll be a witness to it.
Lisa, you know, yeah. We're here for a reason. We chose to be here during this time. You know, like we signed up for this in some way. and we're like, yeah, I'm ready to fly back down into the meat suit and finish this thing off.
Right.
And we all have a purpose here,
Cool.
to be on one side or the other, or
Right.
what on our own side. We're here for.
Lisa says you played the piccolo. I'm about to make you blush, Lisa. You ever played a skin flute? Just asking for a friend.
Oh, how dare you! How dare you!
I had to. She opened herself up to that.
I know.
She knows I'm just funning. She knows I'm just funning her. She just said sob. That means yeah, she has.
Yeah.
She has.
It's a pretty popular.
We know there's a Mr. Lisa around somewhere. He's around for a reason. Come on now.
Yeah.
I'm fucking with you, Lisa. Come on.
Yeah.
But no shit. I thought of that the other day and everything, and I didn't want to get this off into an existential conversation tonight. Really, we're kind of like discuss. I want to stay in the realm of what we're talking.
No,
about
and that's why like I can tell him, dude, over here. What's your screen name? It's like Dart. I can't even read it because it's too tiny. But
it's
there
Darth
we go.
Tater's Gaming Inc.
Darth Tater's
pull me up.
Gaming Incorporated.
That's it.
Yeah, Darth Tater.
It's the Darth Tater Show, and here's your host, Darth Tater.
Darth Tater. There you go. I just had some sweet potato fries tonight, but yeah, I can tell Darth Tater that there's no way you really believe that we're sitting on a spinning ball. Like, there's no way. You're totally, and like beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like, I can tell you,
My mind is not.
So Lisa wants to know, is Rasta wasted?
No, I smoked some ganja though tonight. Like, I haven't smoked in quite a while. And
see, I'd have to say define wasted.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, do I sound like that? Because I sound pretty. I don't know.
You sound high as shit, bro.
I understand. I've interrupted you a few times, and I apologize for that. It's just I've got a lot to say tonight. And some nights, beyond other nights, I've got more to say.
Right. Well, you got
to
listen. You got to kind of chop it up so that you can let others come in, because this is like a conversational panel. And if it starts to turn into a monologue, then it stops being a conversational panel, right?
I understand that. That's why I want to hear what Darth Tater has to say, because there's no way you believe that we live on a ball. Like, how could you at this point?
So
well,
Lisa
the water
says
thing.
Yes, huh?
The water thing, it kind of makes sense. So I think there's a big reason why I like the game I've been playing. It's Ark. I believe that's a very good take on it. Like, it is a simulation, but different. Your body is somewhere. I don't believe, you're like, not like Matrix. Like, your body's not just chilling and you got headpieces, but it's like floating. It's hard to explain. There is a void, if you would say, but it's a bunch of different plateau, a bunch of different mass lands with like a dome of water or like air. There's different ones. There's different arcs. I kind of like that standpoint on it, because it kind of does make sense. And when people want to talk about like multiverses, parallel universes, things like that, I feel like maybe it is a big possibility that there is maybe another one of those, and things are happening the same things are happening in different places. Exactly. That picture right there defines it perfect. That right there is believable to me. I believe that's a possibility. Just that in that picture.
I really like the way you put it, because like I believe like that we are in some type of a simulation. That's how the Mandela effect happens, and I've just seen too much at this point, where like I've seen beyond like the back doors of the Matrix. Kind of like it is kind of like the Matrix, the movie. It's between that, the invasion of the body snatchers, Stranger Things, and a few others that are really pivotal in showing us what our reality is. But on top of that, there's different densities in our, we live in a 10-dimensional reality realm of whatever this is. And so we can only see to the fourth dimension, the fourth density, but there's beings existing right above us, you know, in the fifth density and all the way up to the 10th density.
Well,
And so
we are told this, aren't we?
Yeah.
well, I mean, it
Hold
resonates.
on, wait. This is what we got to be careful of, man. Okay, this is what opens you up to ridicule with the globetards, right? So we kind of say now when we have conversations about like stuff like that, that's when we start talking about those things. But tonight we're actually discussing not really the different dimensions of a theoretical place or anything else like that. We're just kind of like sticking to what we can actually prove.
Well,
Now,
see, I feel like though I can actually prove that. I feel like it's something that I can actually determine and I can prove it in multiple ways. You know, just like even, you know, like if you take psychedelics, that's your key to seeing that there's other dimensions, and it's clear. And that's why, you know, it's not something that
we're talking about the physicality of the realm in which we live.
It is, and that's why we're given psychedelics. I mean, why else would mushrooms just naturally grow on the land if they weren't there to open our eyes up to like multiple dimensions and other things that are around us that are clearly there, but like we have to like prime ourselves in order to see those things.
There's a problem with that though too, because you know these pedantic shits, they're always wanting, where's your proof? Take a picture, right?
Well,
all we can do is let them either experience it or not themselves.
That's right. You know, like it's each one of us are on our own journey here, you know, and at the end of the day, we can try our best to wake other people up to these truths, but unless they prepare themselves, you know, then they're not going to realize it, because like it's just like, you know, anything in this world like that's, you know, a bit difficult is you have to want to do it yourself. Like if somebody else is trying to push you to do it, then there's always going to be that, you know, stopper that's going to stop you.
Were you here earlier when, you know, we were talking about this background behind me? And I said, yes, I grabbed this from a video where this camera was just steady. And the only thing that was happening was it was moving either left or right as it panned across. And he says, do you have the video? Do you have proof? And I said, I don't need proof. I just told you where I got it. Why would I have to lie about where I got it? It's well known that several of these videos are out there. And you're asking me to take time out of my show right now to go hunt down a video wherever it may reside on my computers in order to satisfy your pedantic need for proof of something so innocuous that it doesn't even fucking matter once I do. They just want you to waste your time.
Exactly. And that's the whole trick behind it, is that, you know, you gotta learn when it's okay to like take your time out to do that. Yeah. And when, they're just honestly being agents against humanity, because like I say, it's like demonically, you know, driven, and so like they have an agenda that, you know, they may even not even be real people, you know, they might be taken over by AI, and, you know, AI bots, you know, even if we see them in a video form or whatever, or you know, you know, a good percentage of the people in the chat are probably not real people. You know, and we need to come to terms with that.
Oh,
you know,
I've already determined that on one of my shows. I showed how many of them were bots.
Exactly. It's clear as day.
3 pages. They literally said bot in their name when they reverted from the characters that they were playing. Okay.
And they're getting really advanced.
You keep doing that to me, Rasta Bear. I can't have that, man.
All right. Sorry.
In the middle of my sentences, you start cutting me off and shit.
Sorry about that.
All right, please don't do that. I mean, I like you all, but I can't do that right there. Fucking send me out the window.
I understand.
So, see, and it takes me off my track of what I was talking about.
Well, I do have a question about this picture. This is just a picture, correct? It's a JPG. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a JPG.
This is Okay, so you got the deep blue all around. Okay, so we're surrounded essentially by water, not a void.
Right.
Okay, and this dome shape, the outline, is that essentially would that just be like water vapor? I have no
I don't
idea
know. As
what
it
is.
says, it says in scripture. I don't know what it's made out of, man. I've never been there.
I
Okay.
don't know if there was any. Well, no, I know
Okay.
that. I'm saying
Well,
I
I
didn't
don't
know if
get
there's
it.
any
I dig what you're
context.
saying. I dig what you're saying. We can only speculate what is it actually made of. Another thing to know too is how thick is it, and within that thickness of that firmament, where are these stellar objects that we're seeing? So are we looking straight through just a glass into water, or are we looking through a very, very thick glass into water? I mean, if they were outside of that glass or whatever, I'm just using that for convenience of a term. But if they were outside of that, that would really play hell with any kind of parallax or whatnot, right?
Well, what about refraction? Maybe it's
That,
just reflecting what's behind us as you
that
see further.
it might, it could be.
And yeah, just theorizing here.
But I'm telling you right now, it ain't these vast distances that they're giving us for these things are not real. Not at all. Not at all. Because even if you add your magical curve, that 45-degree angle, right? And even if you add your magical curve by going to the equator, in no way, shape, or form is that going to vault Polaris 433 light years away. You can't ever do that. Now, even if my measurement is more than what it actually is due to a curve, and when I go to 45 degrees, I get to 3,118 miles, which on a right triangle would mean that star is 3,118 miles up, but I'm getting a distortion as opposed to, as a result, they say, because of the curve of the Earth. Well, then explain to me how that little bit of curve in a 45th parallel is actually, how is that going to take that measurement being from 3,118 miles now to 433 light years? Do you see how dumb that shit is? It's like even with your curve, you can't put that star at 433 light years. All right. So now when I started thinking about why is it that it doesn't geometrically work, I know everything's level. I know there's no curve to the Earth. So what would be to account for that? Here it is. Here it is. A curved lens looking through
Can't see
water.
it.
It's that simple, man.
We can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
Yep. No, you're good. I said it, but
on
we
the
talked at
screen.
the
I'm
same time.
sharing it right here.
No, we see the waters above.
Oh, I didn't even see the mouse then. My fault. All right. I'm just blind. I need glasses. I see what you're talking about now.
Yeah. See, so this
okay.
thing here, where's the picture? I got it right here. There in my cursor. This. Now, of course, this is not to scale thing or anything. This is just to convey the idea, which is what a meme is. You understand that, right? People do understand that. I hope. I really do. That this is not what we think the topography and shit is doing. This is just an example of what we're talking about, right?
Okay.
And below it is a passage from the Bible that supports the idea. It doesn't prove the idea. It supports the idea. We have to keep that know the difference of that shit too. So it supports the idea, but also what I've said, like I said, how thick is it? Is the waters above a dense water like was in that lake that the guy found down in the Gulf of Mexico? He found a lake underwater and he couldn't even get his submarine to go down into it. It just bounced off the surface. So I don't know. I only know that containment for the atmos pressure must exist. I don't know what it's made out of. I know its location. People say, where is it? It's up above you. And this is when it gets me right here too. I love this. I love this. They do this every time. Well, how come I don't see it then? So I'm 58 years old, and a number of times in my life, I have seen birds fly into windows, especially clean windows after they've been just freshly cleaned, right? So I've seen birds fly into windows, and I know that it's the instinct of a bird to avoid smashing into things when it's flying, right? So why did it hit the window? What conclusion can we derive as to why the bird, whose nature is to avoid solid objects while flying, smashed into the window and broke its neck? Because it didn't see it. Now, because it didn't see the window, did that mean that the window wasn't there? No, it did not. So when you say, well, I don't see it, think of the bird that smashes into the window and then add that to your list of reasons why you can't see it. Real simple, man.
Yeah.
Real simple. Want to overcomplicate the simple, man.
Perception is reality.
What are you going to tell us about it? No longer on the ball. What's your thoughts on this whole thing, man?
Yeah, so I think that there's a firmament, it says it's like made like metal, hammered flat or something like that. Now I think that it's basically translucent, like some sort of jasper or something hard like that, like a rock or something, whatever. But I also think it might be, possibly curved, like a toroid field.
Mm-hmm.
So as we look towards the north, we're actually seeing kind of like a vertical wall slightly towards the north a little bit more. When we look straight up, we're looking at, more of a arch or something. So the geometry of a curved swimming pool, kind of like that dude you're showing, kind of would create quite the optical effect. That would be hard to reconcile. And so if you were to try to triangulate that, I think you're on a fool's errand, just like trying to measure how far away a rainbow is, for example.
Right.
So everything's optical. I don't know. I've been really digging into trying to learn I've been watching the Tomb of Illumination. Have you heard of that guy?
No.
Okay, yeah, look him up on YouTube. Tomb.
T-O-M-B?
Yep, Tomb of Illumination. And that old guy, he kind of is starting to forget stuff. He's starting to kind of, whatever, but he is super duper interesting. He's talking about how the toroidal field works, how the equator is basically like a capacitor plates.
Is it illumination? I-L?
E-L
E-L
dash illumination.
Okay, I got it. You came up on the thing now. I see it.
Yeah. That guy's got a whole bunch of stuff, and so he goes spiritual. He's kind of into that a lot of ancient Egyptian kind of spirituality. So if you're not into that, just kind of listen with caution, But there's some fascinating stuff that he's been talking about. So I've been getting all twisted all over the rabbit hole, really, with him and of course Witsit and everybody else. So.
Well, you know what I think is interesting too? This is a great one too. I'm sure you've encountered it before, some of you, that these people, these globetrotters, flurfs can't even predict a solar eclipse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what? Okay, here's the problem with that, man. They're on a cycle. And you know what? The guy at NASA, you know what he uses? The big guy that predicts their eclipses and everything. You know where he gets his information for his calculations from an ancient Babylonian system of predicting eclipse based off of a flat Earth. The only difference is the damn Babylonians believed that there was an object that we don't see in the sky until it eclipses these other stellar objects.
Yep, I kind of agree with that. It's just like a gear on inside of a clock, and that dark body or whatever, or that interruption in the black hole or whatever you want to call it at the North Pole, that projection system, whatever it is, definitely causes the eclipse.
Well, that's what I'm glad you said that, because that's what I think is interesting when you go to the planetarium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the projector set up?
Yeah.
Right, that nuts in the center of the dome, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. So it's been super fascinating journey for sure, to try to understand this stuff.
And it's still going, man. We haven't run out of gas yet.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be like Shangri-La, the magnetic North Pole? Would that be like in the center, do you think? Like where?
If it exists at all, Rasta, your sound is horrible. Dude, your sound is horrible.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I can leave, drag it back in.
All right.
Yeah. So I've been putting together a wiki, trying to make a True Earth wiki, so that all you guys can put together facts.
Yeah, you talked to me about that, man, and I'll tell you what. You let me know what it's to do, because, like you were saying, rather than just bringing it out here on a stream or whatever, what I can do with this thing that we're streaming on right here is, without going on line, so to speak, on the platform, right? I can set it up to do a local recording video. You join it just like you would with Skype, right? And then we can take the overall thing and cut down, edit, whatever we want to do to make that presentation. I think that'd be really cool. So we need to do that here soon, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let me know by the email there.
Yeah.
I demoed it to Jaron already.
Yeah.
He got on with me, and he likes it. So I'm kind of excited about it. But I think I've got it secured now, so nobody can really touch it unless they are set up right now. So, and the idea is I've already filled some content in there, but who gives a crap? Who am I? It's everybody else, content creators like Space Audits or something, and all those guys can delete my garbage and put whatever they want in there. That's the idea.
Exactly.
And then, they can get some of these, like Jaron, he had that Brian Leakey on there. That guy, he could bring this thing up instead of getting slammed by a baller, things like that. That's the idea, to help them out. Kind of
I think that'd be a great tool. It would be a great tool, and you have to watch it, because, as we already demonstrated earlier, right, that these online resources that can be changed at the push of a button universally everywhere is just like the Ministry of Truth in 1984, man. There it is. It just changes. Whereas we have paper and ink publications, like I used with the dictionary. And, even though your little online thing, we know this definition is new since at least 1971, to include center of Earth perpendicular to the center of the Earth, to gravity, all this other shit that's in the definition now. Why wasn't that in there in 1971? This dictionary I've got, the pages are 3 columns per page, giving words and definitions. The entire middle column of that big book was nothing but the definitions and all of its context for the word level. And never once in there was mentioned gravity, center of Earth, nothing like that at all. Nothing anywhere. So why was this added? Was it because we were using level to prove that you can't have level on a ball, so they changed the definition to include perpendicular to gravity?
Yeah.
Well, and I flew on an airplane when I went to Flattoberfest back in in South Carolina, and on the airplane, I took a level. It was like a real nice DeWalt level, right? And I put my tray down, and for most of the flight, the little ball stayed right in the center, and it stayed completely level. Like I even filmed it, and it was completely level on the plane. And if really we were on a ball, then you would see that little ball come. I believe it's towards you when the nose dips, to adjust for, the curvature, because the nose on the plane would have to tip, pretty continuously in order to keep its course on the ball. But they just fly up to cruising altitude, and they just set their planes at that altitude, and then they just coast. I mean, that's why a plane is called an airplane, because it flies across the level plane.
I'm trying to see if this is the same guy. He's really popular on TikTok, but I had a video of him talking about, let me see if I can find it. Maybe I saved it. Where he's talking about this guy crashed a freaking airplane trying to account for the curve of the earth while he was flying. Yeah, I can't find it right now, but yeah, he was talking about, there was a guy here just recently. He just recently that happened, and it's like, well, all the flight manuals say to treat the earth as a stationary level plane, non-rotating plane. And this idiot goes up and tries to do that shit. It kind of reminds me of that damn Glober sniper cartoon.
Yeah, the Glober sniper.
Yep.
He's like, take the shot. Well, wait a second. That would mean that my hero, Neil deGrasse Tyson, is wrong. So if I'm calculating the spin at blah, 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 he's like, take the fucking shot, man.
That's exactly what it's like, except it's like globe Earth pilot, and all the other pilots there, they know that it's flat, and they're like, dude, just fly it straight. And he's like, but the curvature, I have to adjust for the curvature. And they're just like, no, just set it on the course and just go.
Oh, wow. Barbara, that's pretty cool. Nice palindrome set. 66 in chat, and it's 2222 where she lives at.
Nice.
So
nice.
She's an hour behind me.
That's a good little number right there, combo.
It is. I like it. Not real crazy about the 66 aspect of it, but we're all right. We can do it.
It's the number of man, the 666, like I've definitely taken it to different levels before, but it's like, it's all in your reality, what you perceive things to be.
I think that refers to that, okay, this Antichrist is actually going to be a man. It's going to be a person, right? So be wary, And I don't know, I've seen some people that fit the bill. I'm seeing a lot of people that fit the bill, because it doesn't need to be just one person.
Yeah.
Principalities, right? So the whole collective of that behavior itself is, by all definitions, the Antichrist, right?
The private club. Yeah, and that's the thing. Most people do not know who that private club is. I could tell you, but anyways, that's that's a rabbit hole people need to go down for themselves to find out who's behind this. What entity? It's a collection of people, but it's an entity.
That's it. Yep. People are chasing a dude. They're looking for the dude that's in charge, the dude that's running this, right? In all reality, it's like you're chasing your tail, because it's a fucking powers and principalities. These that you're looking at that are conducting the deeds are nothing more than minions of that hierarchy. They're just minions.
Mm-hmm. Well, and see
on the strings. They'll do anything for their master, period.
Oh my God, Joe Biden did not drive a school. Is he claiming to have driven a school bus now too?
What
oh my gosh. I don't know.
Like what I've seen here recently, like I even thought like I could possess the spirit of the Antichrist there for a minute. Like I'm like this thing could be living inside of me. And then all of a sudden, I come to terms with, like our biggest enemy here is ourselves.
Oh God, yeah.
No, your adversary.
Yeah, that's us. You know, we are our own adversary.
They want you to think that you're a bad person. What baby in this world was born bad?
Well, it's the two angels.
There's a duality.
It's
You've
the
got-
two angels. It's the two angels. It's the angel and the
That's what
devil
they
on your
tell you.
shoulder, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so your ego wants the earthly things, and in some instances, a lot of times, if the ego is the prevailing force, you're willing to put your spirit beneath that earthly gain, the stuff, the money, whatever it is. Okay, that's the inverted pentagram, where you put the spirit above the elements, right? That's when you're doing the other. So when you start, when what you're dealing with is a constant struggle between ego and higher consciousness. Okay, the ego is the devil, the higher consciousness is the angel, right? So you have to maintain a balance between those two things, and that's what we have to always do, is a balance between the ego. We have to recognize that the things that we want, the things that we need, but you need to recognize the idea of whether you need the things that you want. And oftentimes that gets blurred, and people look at things and monetary gain as a symbol of social status. In other words, what others will think of them.
That's because that's what they're being taught, and that's what they're being told.
Exactly,
Look what
man.
so-and-so has. You don't have it. You don't have this money. You don't have, but that is part of the deception. That is saying that there's good and bad, good and bad, and good and bad, right? And you've got to stay in balance of that.
But see, the deception is not just what they're telling us on one end of the spectrum. Those are just thought seeds that are naturally out there. You know, just like the story of Job, and how, you know, like Job, you know, was tested by the you know, the devil in that story, and God allowed that to happen because of the universal principles, kind of like the yin and the yang. You know, there's the equal balance of.
Bring up the God. What God? I'm asking, you know, seriously, what God? Because we know the Bible speaks of many gods. So what God are we referring to in this situation?
Well, I mean, I think, like, as long as we're connecting with the positive light source, then I don't think that the God even requires the name. I mean, I'm a Rastafarian, so like I hold up Jah, the Most High Jah, and Emperor Haile Selassie I, King Rastafari, and those are, you know, my vision of Christ and his kingly character. You know, Jah, source of the light, and other than that, I don't really care about, you know, how it gets twisted, and how there may be multiple God entities, and one of them that's into circumcision and into the, you know, sacrifice of the animals.
Right. So this is all bullshit that people have derived for what? Why are they doing all this, man?
It's a control grid.
Dumb. It's just dumb. Okay.
It is, but it's part of the control grid.
Right.
It's kind of just same with like the nation, you know, the Nation of Islam and the Kaaba stone, you know, in Mecca.
Right.
Is I think that the Kaaba stone, there's something more there. I think it's like a central processing unit on like circuit board Earth, but that's just my opinion. But it's all, you know, under some type of control grid spectrum. But at the same time, like I see good and you know, like there is something majestic about, you know, like those who walk a fine line and, you know, pray to Allah, just like you know, those who go to church and pray to God. You know, like those prayers are powerful, and they're definitely something that, you know, they get answered, I believe, if your prayers are genuine. And you know, so it's like at the end of the day, you know, I think as long as you're, you know, praying to the God who created us and who loves us and who wants to see us through,
Well, can I interject here for just a moment before you get
I
too
knew
far
this
past?
I knew this thing was going to turn into a
Okay, never
theological
mind.
discussion. I just knew it was going to do that because Rasta keeps wanting to go there, man.
I hate to interrupt, but I got to skedaddle.
All
I
right,
gotta
man.
get ready for work. Appreciate y'all having me on. Y'all take it easy. Have fun with y'all's talk.
All
And we'll
right.
catch y'all on the next time.
Right
All
on.
right, brother.
Have a good night.
All right.
Thank
Night.
y'all.
Have a good night.
I mean, I think we recognize that, yes, people have all kinds of beliefs. All right. We also can recognize that prayer, when done correctly, is a form of manifestation. All right. And for that manifestation to take place, that has to accompany with it the gratitude, the gratitude. Now, you can focus on a deity or something if you want to, when that thing is, but when it all comes down to it, how do you know that the deity is the one that actually, I mean, is the deity just merely the collection of all the consciousness that we have? I mean, we got to stay with what we can really do, and we know that prayer will work when it's accompanied with gratitude and when there's a vibration. But we also know that it will work when there's hatred with it, because this is how curses work, and they are real. So it's the intent along with the emotion and the belief of it having come to fruition that actually brings the prayer into fruition.
I get that, you know, and
because look, you have to be careful what you pray too.
do
you pray things, or do you pray for things?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if I pray for someone to get better, I get answered. My prayer comes to me, and I am given the expectation of that person getting better, because that's what I prayed. I didn't pray them well. I prayed for them for the expectation of them to get well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
you know,
along with that has to come the belief and feeling that this has already occurred, along with the gratitude you would feel for such a thing having occurred. Okay. That's how it has to go right there. That's how the manifestation, that's how the prayer actually works. You have to have total belief that it's come to fruition, along with the gratitude that accompanies that.
Well, but with that, you know, we are made in the image of our Creator. You know what? You know how
we are told that.
No, but that's
what is the image?
I mean, how else
what
is
the image of the Creator? What is the Creator's image? Is it this flesh and blood avatar that I'm in?
There's a spirit body within us. There's a spirit body that's within us that is,
so what is
our higher self that we're connected to.
What's the image of this? What is the image of a spirit?
But with the physical manifestation of us as well, and that combo thereof is the ultimate image of the Creator, because we are co-creators now on this playing field. And so we're down here in the flesh, and we have the ability to learn whatever we want, build whatever we want. We can climb the highest mountain, swim the deepest sea.
I agree, Ross. So we have a perfect biomechanical machine from which our higher consciousness operates from. That is really cool. I agree with that. But then you have to look at it this way. Does God have legs and arms and a head and that kind of thing? Does he need this avatar? Does he need an avatar? He's God. Does he need an avatar? Of course
no,
not.
but I feel like he wants us to enjoy it, you know, and like maybe sometimes he even
you don't have a choice but to enjoy it.
Sometimes I've felt his presence so close to me, like this beam of gold light, where it's like I feel him.
I'm not denying the
within
existence.
me.
I'm not denying the existence. What I was commenting on is the idea that we have that the image of God, when they say that, means like 2 arms, 2 legs, nipples, a belly button, or maybe not a belly button, feet, and all this other. When in reality, This is not you.
Well, that's where Christ comes in.
Okay,
And Christ,
no, it's not where Christ comes in.
Christ is the manifestation of
All
the
right,
God
so
source
you're
through
missing
man.
the entire point of what I'm saying, right?
I mean, I don't think so. I
Point.
feel like Adam and Eve, like these stories.
They're stories, aren't they?
But they make sense. I mean, that's where we get the firmament from. Is that same chapter in Genesis?
Right. Okay.
We get the story from the firmament.
It says God created man in his image. Now, is man the physical thing? Is it the avatar?
Yes.
The avatar is man. Then what is your higher conscience?
Our higher consciousness is our spirit body. That
right. And so why do we have this body, this meat suit? Why do we have
so that we can operate in this matrix system that we're in?
Right. So outside of this matrix system is where God lives too, where he resides outside.
Right.
All right. Okay. So the only reason we have this biomechanical suit, this meat suit, is so that we can operate within this 3D reality that we call reality, right?
Well, I think it's some type of testing ground as well.
Outside of this 3D reality, this physical reality, we would have absolutely no need for any of those things, arms, legs, none of that, would we?
Right.
Okay. So why would God have arms and legs and shit? And that's what the image that he made man into.
Well, I don't think the image of God really matters as much as the fact that our spirit has been manifested into the flesh.
The part I'm trying to get to. When they're talking about you're made in the image of God, they are talking about your spirit, not your physical body.
But why do we care what God looks like at all? As long as we feel him and have a connection.
I know that's the thing. People assume that. They think that this is the image of God. They think their physical incarnation is the image of God.
Well, I think beauty, some people, have very, very beautiful physiques.
Beautiful
they look like
there are beautiful people and there's some butt ugly people too.
Exactly. And I think a lot of the butt ugliness comes from demonic possession.
Right. But what's that got to do with what we're talking about?
Well, I think that it has to do with the image of God.
Right.
And like the image of God is beautiful.
That's what we're discussing right now. Is the physical incarnation the image of God, or
I think it's a representation.
So you think that your spirit looks like your avatar?
I think that it chooses. Yeah, I personally think that I have the spirit of Bob Marley in me because Bob Marley passed away.
So does your spirit have legs and arms and a head and fingers?
It does when it's inside of me.
Well, wait a second. No, it's only inhabiting a creature that has that.
But it's like being in a vehicle. It's like when you get in your car, are you inside of is it your spirit sitting in that car and you're going to drive it somewhere,
right? That's a great example. Notice that you're inside your car, but no way, shape, or form, even though you're controlling that car, in no way, shape, or form do you resemble a car at all, do you?
We have a unique bond with our car because the second our car shuts down and we die,
so
then we get reborn, I think, into another.
All right, that's cool. So do you look like your car?
I believe that through health and wellness and through taking care of yourself, you become.
I didn't ask you that. Do you look like a car?
I mean, yeah, in my vision,
look like a car. You have 4 tires, a hood.
No, but being in a meat suit is our version of a car.
Right. So see if you can stay on point with me, brother. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. So then, although you are the controlling consciousness within that automobile, the vehicle that you're controlling has no bearing on what you look like or what you do or what you are made of, does it? It doesn't. All it does is respond to what you have it do.
No, that's not true. Like that's kind of just like real theoretical, and there's no way to prove what you just said.
Well,
it's just it's just a theory. When in reality, we have a very unique connection to our vehicle that we're in. Because it's our flesh. When we get cut, we feel the pain. We see blood.
hold on. You're connected with your automobile, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're glad you have that and you use it often, right?
Right.
Okay.
And if
But
I die, then I'm not going to be here anymore. Like
right.
my
And if
spirit
the, and
is
if
going
the,
into
and if,
the middle realm.
wait. God damn it, Rasta. If you don't let me finish my fucking sentence, I'm going to boot you, man. I'm sorry. You got to stop that shit.
I'm sorry.
Dude, you got to stop.
I didn't mean to.
You do mean to. You
I
can't
really
just keep
didn't.
doing it and say I didn't mean to. If you
I
didn't mean to,
didn't.
you wouldn't have done it. All right. Now come on, man.
There's just kind of
I
a
like
delay.
you, man. You got to stop that fucking shit. So what I'm trying to get at, so when if your car gets smashed, right, in an accident and it's totaled, it has to go to the junkyard. You're gonna that relationship you have with that car has come to an end now, hasn't it? It has come to an end, right? Have you come to an end? No, you go on, right? And perhaps you'll just get another vehicle, maybe not. You might decide to just use the bus from now on. But the point of the matter is, don't confuse the driver with the car, right?
No, see,
Your
that's
spirit is an energy. It is not a physical being. And so therefore, you're doing it again. You see that? You can't wait for me to take a breath so that you can start talking. I mean, for real, you can't wait until I stop long enough to take a breath so that you can just start talking.
You're right.
You know what that tells me? Do you know what that tells me?
What?
You're not listening to a fucking thing I'm saying. You're thinking up what to say.
No, I'm listening to every single word.
See, this is what people do. They don't listen to what I'm saying. They're too busy thinking up how to argue with it.
I don't think of it at all. Like it just like starts spitting out naturally. Like when I open my mouth, like I'm not sitting here thinking I'm listening to you.
So what I'm trying to get at, your spirit is energy, correct? Would you agree with me when I say that your spirit or your consciousness is energy, right?
Most definitely.
What is the form of that energy? Does it have a need for arms and legs and a head and a torso or any of that shit? Does it have a butthole? No, none of that, right? That's only this. The only way this thing works is with that driver. And as we've already discussed, the driver has no correlation to the shape of the vehicle in which is being driven, right? That was the point of what I'm trying to say. So when we come to the idea that God created man in his own image, and we know that God is an ultimate spirit, an ultimate consciousness, and we may be splinters of that, we've already determined that a consciousness would have absolutely no need for arms, legs, a head, a torso, a butthole, feet, or any of the other mechanics required to operate in this 3D reality. No, that was my point.
Okay.
We are in physical form here. That's how we can interact with the things around us. But we are eternal beings. We don't end when we die. We carry on.
Well, okay.
I've had the experience.
And I agree with that. You know, we are eternal beings, but I do see the very, very real need for us to be in our meat suits that we're in right now. We're obviously here for spiritual purpose. I mean, this is a spiritual battle that we're fighting, and we're on the front lines. I mean, here in Portland, Oregon, and other places, I mean, there's demons entering into this land right now. And like, if we're not here in the suit that we're in right now to fight this battle, then who's going to be here to do it?
Why we discuss the facts with the Earth not being a globe is because we know that people are being lied to and deceived. That's why we're here discussing this, to help other people realize the lies they're told.
But you know, when you said that we're here for a purpose, and you know, maybe we are. Perhaps we fucked up and got sent here as a punishment.
It is hell.
Well, see, that's part of one of my theories is that this matrix system that we're in is that, you know, like a lot of our family members and stuff, they already went to heaven or whatever, the believers, and they got to leave this. But like the rest of us that didn't pass, we got put in this simulation, which we get one last chance to figure it out and get out of here. But
You
then
might believe it's a simulation. I don't see that.
it is, like, you can believe it or
No,
not.
you can't claim that because you
I-
don't know that for a fact.
I can, beyond a shadow of doubt, like I'd put my life on it, that it is. I've, you know, like you might not be able to see it or understand it, but that's the whole reason for the Mandela effect. It's the whole reason why airplanes don't use jet fuel, because they're not even in reality, they're not even up there in the sky. It's holographic. Like it's so intense that like you really have to like.
You're living in a very strong delusion.
No, that's
Yes.
what other
Because that's
people
what
would want
you've
to
been
say
doing.
about it.
Right,
If you can't
because that's what people are
conceive that, but
doing
how
now.
can you
Okay,
possibly
wait.
say that I'm delusional when like I clearly see the
Can
reality of what it is?
let's
Because I
not
see a lot of
hold
people
on, y'all. Hold on.
saying that.
Let's not argue the elements of Rasta's hypothesis. Okay? Now, he says he can swear and that it's a simulation based on these evidences that he's compiled together to lead him to this conclusion. However, what proof, because you're starting that's globy logic, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's globy logic. I have some anecdotal evidence that supports my
Mm-hmm.
hypothesis, okay?
Well,
So what is the actual proof that that is an undoubtable fact?
okay, I can lay it out for you because I have proof. A lot of it has to do with the Mandela effect.
Okay,
And how
so you
there's,
know exactly how the Mandela effect is being done.
I do. I've been given revelations on how it's playing out, because it's a shift in either time travel or you know, an upgrade into the matrix system.
Well,
but
wait a
where
second.
there's-
Which is it? Which is it? You just said you had
I mean,
proof.
they're
Now
both
you offer two drastic-
manipulations
you
of
had
the
proof, Rasta.
simulation that we're in.
Yeah, but you
So I
just gave
mean,
me two drastic.
I'm not the one pressing the buttons, but I know that one of those things are what's causing it.
Well, what buttons?
The buttons that there's like a control panel. There's like
Where?
someone
Where's the
sitting
control?
in the control panel.
You see,
of-
look, Rasta, you're using globe logic.
He's stuck
You're
in a
making shit up that
game.
fits your narrative.
No,
Where's
because
your proof?
beyond that,
Where's-
things like, you know, like the twin towers, and like I say, like the planes don't use jet fuel, and you can prove that.
Okay.
That those things should be clear as day. Just like the
Okay, but how
abundance
does
of
that
water,
mean how does that mean that this is a simulation? And where
because
is
there's no other way around it. Like how is it not? If like
What do
if
you
there's
mean, how is
planes
it
and
not?
they're flying with no
Hold on,
fuel.
wait. You're using globe logic.
I mean,
asserting
if
a
I am, I am.
hypothesis.
That's fine.
Hold on, you're asserting a hypothesis as a fact.
I can't convince you one way or the other, but
No,
I
it's
can
not
tell
about
you.
convincing, Rasta. It's exactly like what we discussed the other night, right? You have a question or an idea. You formulate a hypothesis, right? The next thing that comes about is experimentation or whatever, where you find the actual proof of this hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
Now, it is, although it's an interesting hypothesis and it's worth consideration, there is still no actual proof that that's what's going on. You understand? You mentioned a control panel. There were people are pushing buttons. Okay.
Well, and then you've got the Simpsons, right? The Simpsons episodes, like how they just end the Illuminati card game.
That's more elements of your hypothesis.
But they make total sense. Like, how do they predict these events? How does every single event on the Illuminati card game playing out in our reality? When it was written back, it was published back in like 1996 or 94 or something like that. Like, how do all these Simpsons episodes just happen to come true, like her iPad Goat. Like, how do these things?
Well,
Like,
hold on a second.
something's going on.
What if there was a long-term plan put into place a long time ago, and there are people that know what that plan is? They only have to be a couple of years ahead of it. In most cases, that's all they are.
Well, see, and that's where, you know, there is that element as well. I mean, there's multiple Satanists, you know, and black, you know, people who are into black magic
So
and
you see,
witchery.
there's two things right there. There's two
But I
things.
mean, it's totally has to do with the simulation as well. They're, you know, they're players on the other side of this fence where they, you know, they know how to do spellcraft. I mean, most of these musicians who are like, you know, like on the MTV Video Music Awards and, you know, all these.
Magic is nothing more than the manipulation of nature. Okay?
But it has consequences.
Of course.
It you know, like anytime you use it.
But how does that mean?
You know,
how does that mean we're in a simulation, though? How does that
because
mean?
because that shows that you say certain words and you do a certain thing, and then something's going to happen. Like, how is that not a simulation?
What do you mean?
Like, how could that just happen in a physical realm? Like, how could like a spirit just appear in your?
How can what happen in a physical realm?
Like, you do a spell, and then that spell, like, just totally just come true,
right?
You know, or you conjure a demon up, and that demon enters your realm.
Holy shit! That doesn't mean you're in a simulation, man.
How does it not, though?
How does it mean? How does it? Hold on,
what's your definition of physical realm?
How do you get to a simulation from demons coming within dimensions? Dimensions can only exist within simulations.
Yes. What? How else? Yeah.
Why?
Because like, I think just the definition of physical reality is something that is ridiculous, because it's like any aspect. If you watch like a video game, you look at Grand Theft Auto, or, you know, like even, you know, any other type of video game, and then you see the exact same dynamics of what we're dealing with. And then if you can just step outside of your box and realize that your mind is driving your vehicle avatar here. And I mean, you go to the grocery store and like half the people look like they're not even human.
Right.
It's like.
So if I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here, I'll be in chat.
All right, Dreamy.
All right, thanks. Bye.
See you, Dreamy.
All right, have a good night.
I'm trying to figure out how the hell that actually that's proof of a simulation. Is that the only thing that could account for that?
Well, I think.
Hold on, is there anything else?
Yes.
Okay, there is.
Your cell phone, or your computer, and how you can just like you can have like 100 different tabs open on your cell phone with, like, you know, all these different web pages or pictures or apps and all these different things that are all going at the same time in this little thin ass thing that's inside your hand right now. It's like, how does that even make any sense? Like, how does it make sense there's a battery in there that will power it for an extended amount of time, or there's these little SIM cards that have like even like terabytes of memory?
Right.
Like, how does that make sense? And if it's not a simulation, it doesn't.
I really am having a hard time grasping the correlation between that and how can it not be a simulation? Microcircuitry, hold on, microcircuitry in electronics means that we're in a simulation. Why?
Yes, because it takes our acceptance of these devices for them to even be real. If we didn't all accept them into the reality, then there's no way these things at this size would be able to be such supercomputers. I mean, the technology that's inside the average cell phone.
Wait a second. You're making an assertion. You're saying that there's no way. Yes, there is a way.
No, there's not. Like, there's no way we advance that much in technology.
You do the same thing the Globers do. You make an assertion and then treat it as fact, and that's the proof of what you're saying. And it's like, no, it's not. Because that's not the only reason why you could have microcircuitry. In fact, it's a ridiculous assertion.
It's a good reason. No, like it makes more sense than the fact that there's just all these cell phones all just came out. Like, I mean, if you think about how many of them there are, there's not even probably that much lithium in the earth to supply all the electric cars and all the phones. Like the supply chain thing is a huge giver, revealer that we're in a simulation because there's not enough supply chain things. I mean, bananas, coffee beans.
We got to get on to something else, man. This shit you're saying right now is just hurting my head. It is so ridiculous. I mean, for real. I mean, that's as bad as the people that say, see that banana hanging right there? That means that the Earth's a globe, man. Because if the Earth was flat, how could a banana exist, I mean, that's about the fucking sense I'm getting, even connecting those things that you talk about. I'm like,
hey, Rasta Bear.
I appreciate you letting me rant on about it for a minute. That was,
Hey, Rasta Bear. There's a book you should read. It's by a guy named Walter Russell.
Okay.
And it's called The Universal One.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And that's some trippy crap. It's talking about light, motion, vibration, the whole, how everything's made, basically. Some kind of trippy crap. Can't say it's all true, but it's just mind-blowing kind of. So anyway, it's a 1927 book. You can find it by Googling it, and you can find it at an archive.org website and just view the PDF for free.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Put it in the private chat, bro.
Yep.
Right now, and then I'll stick it out on the in fact, put it in there, and then I'll stick it up on the regular chat too.
Okay.
So for the other people, in fact, I'll put it in the description too. I have that editing.
There's this other book that was written back in like 1928, and it wasn't even released until like a few years ago because they had to wait for every one of the family members to pass away as an agreement. It was written by Napoleon Hill, who's a great motivational speaker, and also he was just connected. But he wrote this book called Outwitting the Devil, and I've listened to it a few times now because it's basically this the author sits down and gets the devil to sit down and do an interview with him and manipulates him into giving him all the answers on how he controls mankind by getting them to break their rhythm, and to fall into his deceptions. And it's a amazing book, Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. And it's one worth reading like 5 times.
Put it in the put that one in the private chat too.
I'll try. I don't know if I can type on here. I got the cell phone, but
copy link, and then we're gonna go to paste the links like so.
I found it.
And then I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna put that down here into also for any of you, if you're interested, in the description to tonight's video, we have also a link to that pool refraction video where I showed the guy who looked like his head was way over in one part of the pool and his body was way over in another. That's in the description as well. So, and did you just put one in there too? Cool. So
that word refraction is just one that it's one of the Globies' favorite words to use.
It's part of their holy trinity, bro. It's gravity, refraction, and parallax. But now what I'm seeing, no wonder they're always hung up on the parallax, because we're getting that, man, with that fucking water above the firmament, man. That is so becoming so obvious to me. And there again, with that, they were doing that same thing with that. They said that because of those stellar aberrations, that can only mean that the Earth is a globe. And I'm like, no, it doesn't only mean the Earth is a globe, baby. We have to determine what the medium between us and the top of our atmos system is. We have to, up above our atmos system, we have to know what's above that.
Yep.
Before we start dealing with any of this other shit. Because if it is indeed a fluid, if it is indeed a liquid, then that changes everything about that. You know, transposing a curved sky onto the surface of the earth, perhaps. It's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Somebody in the chat the other day, one of these shows says, flat earthers need to understand the sky because the sky is how they made the ball. It's reverse engineered off of our vision. We
Yep.
need to understand the sky more than ever. Sending balloons up or whatever in the heck it is, rockets and different things like that, because they're just going to keep beating us over the head with this nonsense and going in circles with
And
observations.
I wanted to comment on Ageless Timeless Beings comment in the chat. She said, or they say that sim theory is being used to supersede the truth about the Earth's shape, obvious since 2015, the unleashing of the ME. And that's totally ridiculous, honestly. Like it doesn't supersede the fact that we're on, a flat plane. It lines up with it. It is the reality that we're in inside the simulation, but it's not something to basically be like, no, it doesn't matter about the shape of the earth because we're in a simulation. That's not what I'm saying at all, because I obviously don't think we're living on a spinning ball. I'm huge, and I think, like, I would call myself more of a geocentrist because I don't know the true shape of our earth, but I do not think that, even if it is a simulation, which what I'm convinced it is, it doesn't change the shape of the realm in which we live, which is flat and non-moving, stationary, where the stars and the moon and the sun move around us. And we can clearly observe that and see that we're not moving.
Right. So who said that? Reality is a simulation because simulations are real.
Well, that's I don't know. I never said that, but that's that's kind of just like a rhetorical. Or
I will go with this, that in my belief of this is knowing that everything is that we deem as matter is nothing more than energy, frequency, and vibration.
Okay.
And the frequency of the vibration.
But
And you're doing it. You're doing it. Did you think that my belief of this consisted of one sentence?
No.
All right. That's where common sense kicks in, man. All right. So we know that that's the case. That this is, they've even, from what I understand recently, the deeper study into atoms has shown that it's nothing more than a small toroidal energy field is what comprises the atom. It isn't this thing they showed you with little pluses and minuses flying around it and all that. But in any case, we interpret these electromagnetic signals that comprise this reality and interpret them through our brains into the cohesive and interactive reality that we experience. Now, that being said, is it computer generated or something? No, I do not believe so. No, I do not.
Could it be, though?
I believe, well, why would it be when we have the capacity and ability to go ahead and manifest this ourselves?
But I'm just saying, could it be? And could we live on, like,
I guess
have you ever looked into the circuit board Earth theory?
Yes, I know, right. So now we're going down another rabbit hole before I can finish what the fuck I was saying, Rasta Bear, again, jumping in the middle of what the fuck I'm saying and throwing me completely off course. Man, why do you do that?
It's just my
Is this
habit.
how you talk to everybody? How do you actually have a conversation that actually is meaningful at all?
I mean, I feel like a lot of my conversations are very meaningful.
Well, to you,
No.
but is it really to the other person who keeps getting interrupted and shit? I know you like what you say. Would take it a few minutes and hear what some other people have to say before you start saying again, right?
Well, I appreciate what you say. You're very intelligent, very well,
Well, let me finish it then, please.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get at, man. When I'm done, here's what I'll do. We'll do like we're on the walkie-talkies, all right? And on walkie-talkies, when you get done talking, you say over, right? And so like when you hear me say over, that means that I'm done. All right, can we do that? Because maybe we need some tools to use. And that's what we'll do. All right. So as I was saying, we know that we also have the capability to manipulate certain things within this electromagnetic soup field we call reality. We've done it. I've done it. I can control fire like on a candle with my mind. It's awesome shit, man. You gotta really concentrate, but it's neat. Once you start playing with it, it gets easier and easier. Try it yourself. But that is not necessarily due to some kind of a binary or quantum computing thing. What's going on there is that we all have the power. We're co-creators, right? So we can actually manifest the reality, which is intent and emotion. This is what we use. This is our most powerful tool in this whole thing. But it's not static as a computer thing would be, because we're looking at it from a linear time standpoint. Whereas outside of this, it's like linear time doesn't really exist. It's just there isn't time. Time doesn't even exist, right? And in all reality, time doesn't exist, because the only thing that really exists is the perpetual now. Okay? Yet before is in your mind and tomorrow is in your mind. Yesterday and tomorrow are both in your mind. The only thing, in fact, this morning is only in your mind. The only thing that is really real is right now. So we live within a perpetual now, interpreting it into a linear time. You dig? But as far as for that to be some machine that does it, and I have seen the circuit board Earth, and I think that some of that shit was actually using and harnessing natural energies that are already on this plane, exactly like a circuit board, but on a bigger scale. We still have that circuit board look to all of our cities, right? If you look at them, we have all the little capacitors and shit that stick up. We got the energy flowing through it too, back and forth in the form of traffic, people going to the commerce and to the their jobs, and this there again with the money energy transfer expressing itself in the form of currency. So current. So it is very, very similar. It doesn't mean was it actually an electric device that was controlling some big computer. I think that's a big leap. I think that's a really big leap. So we have to really kind of understand what reality is before we can go around that it's a simulation. I do believe that all possible outcomes have already been mapped out, and that it works kind of like a cross between a DVD and a Choose Your Own Adventure book. I mean, if I take that DVD out of the case and I look at it, the whole story's right there all at once, isn't it? Middle, end. But when I put it into a linear device to play it out, like the DVD player, so the story unfolds, and you come to portions of the story where you make a decision about something, right? And whether you make this decision or that decision is where you go to on that DVD to the next portion of the story, which has already been played out, acted, directed, and produced, waiting for you to possibly either make that choice or the other choice, which was done the same way. And each one of those things splitting into a new possibility of free will.
Okay.
So
But
you could actually live the same life over and over and over again and have completely different results each time, given the first initial scenario. First, I was born. Boom, go from there. You have the same parents, you have all that same thing, but it's all a matter of what decisions you make within that.
exactly.
You see? So it is predetermined, but I don't believe that it's some kind of a computer or anything like that. I think that this is just, I believe it's an experience, but I think it goes well beyond some kind of a simulation computer.
It's an advanced simulation. It makes more sense. I mean, because like you talk about the DVD, it has to sit in a DVD player in order to play, and that's the simulator that whatever we're in has been, and that's why I think that this medical agenda is part of, to lock people into the simulation where they can't escape properly. But like I've been a product of the MK Ultra mind control programming for lots of my years, and I I realized that through the simulation, through frequency waves and whatever, they can take control and manipulate us. But it is, like I understand how it's hard to believe and hard to come to that concept that we're in a simulation.
Mhm.
But it's not possible, right? I mean, everything that you just said can still happen inside of a simulation, and most of us would never know because it's really well hidden. But that's
Do
how we
we,
get.
why would we go to why the I don't know, I'm wondering why going to just automatically glomming onto the idea of simulation rather than
Because I've been shown that. Like
Huh?
I've had that revealed to me
Okay.
clearly.
Well, maybe the rest of us will have that too one day or something.
I pray that, and that's why I'm like really shouting it out and sharing it, because like
Sure.
I'm not just talking out my ass, like I've
Right, right,
seen
right.
things
I
that.
believe that you have seen things in your mind, and I believe that you feel that you've been spoken to and given a revelation of some kind. Absolutely, I believe that.
Okay, yeah, that's all I want. Like I appreciate that. It's not for everybody to believe, and it doesn't really change
Right, right, right.
anything
Hey,
either.
you were shown this, and others were not, for a reason. That's all I can say. Okay, it was for a reason, and only you can reveal what that reason is.
And I think like the ultimate thing, what I'm trying to share too is that spirituality is the only thing that's going to save us.
Right?
Having a connection with our higher selves, getting into meditating and
Right.
activating your Merkaba, your light body, with your chakra alignments, and being able to actually, you know, travel outside of your body and connect with your higher self. And then, on top of that, connect with our creator of all. And
Right.
that's our ticket out of this, because I think like we've cycled back through so many times with reincarnation
Maybe.
that, a lot of us might cycle back through again. But if you look at the course that humanity is on right now, there's not going to be that many cycles left on this one unless there's a whole reset, kind of like with the
Right.
mud floods, or Tartaria and things of that nature, where they had the orphan trains and totally repopulated the thing.
Mhm.
But something really feels like this is on a final type cycle where we
Yeah,
either get it.
I've thought that too. I have thought that too. I've looked down that whole line of thinking, and I've thought that too. Who I'd like to hear from? First, I want to talk about this ageless, timeless being said that once a believer, most people won't be going back. I don't know of anybody that was ever that came to flat Earth and went back, except Joe Rogan. That's the only person. But who I'd like to go ahead and let have the floor for a few minutes is no longer on the ball, and then I'm going to wrap this up, man. So no
All
longer.
right, I got to dip out anyway, put my daughter to bed and stuff. So
Right
I
on, Ross. Have a good night.
Appreciate you having me on, and I'm sorry for interrupting you so many times. I
Yeah,
had a lot
hey,
to say.
listen, just try to learn from that. And I mean, if you want me to help you do that by using the over thing, I don't mean that. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying maybe like a code word or something that'll let you know, okay, now you can respond, you know?
Yeah,
Because, man,
well,
I can't go just one sentence and that is my whole point, man. No, that's not how that works, man.
I know I have a problem with that, and some people that I do shows with, they're like that too, and so like me and Ray, we'll do shows and like we'll be talking over each other. It's like a habit that we formed just from the way we've communicated with certain people, and
Right.
I'm definitely working on it because I am a tactful person, and
Yeah,
I do appreciate.
like I said, I don't hate you or nothing, man. I just can't have that kind of crap. But I'll thank you
Yep.
for coming on tonight, Rasta. You have a great night. Get that little girl to bed, and you know what they say: don't trust Whitey, bro.
All right, brother.
Trust
Much love,
Whitey.
everybody.
All right.
Take care, Rasta.
Peace out.
So what's up? No longer on the ball. What's your
Well, now
overall
you can.
thoughts on it all?
Yeah, that's from John Lennon's "Watching the Wheels Go Round" song.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that's where I got that from. So
Watching the wheels go round and round.
right,
Yeah,
you must, yeah, you mustn't be happy right now or something like that because you're no longer on the ball. So yeah. So anyway, now I can at least tell you, Sav, that I'm not too shy to get on. So
yeah,
at
man.
least I proved that part, and it's good talking and all that. So yeah, mostly just here to say hey, and of course, the topic, of course, that you have going on is really interesting and stuff. So I was kind of thinking, yeah, let you know what I've kind of learned about it as well. About the waters above, the angles, and reflections, and magnetic and electric forces that are all at play here. It's just fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, what are your views on that with the possibility of the medium above our firmament being water? I mean, there's a lot of evidence that points to that, and as a reason for this astronomical anomaly that we see, that they say this can only mean the Earth is curved. I mean, what do you think about that whole idea on that?
Well, the medium above, who knows? Plasma, water, firmament being hard metals, transparent stuff, whatever. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I ain't
As
never
far
been there.
as as far as how we got this curved reality, the globe, really, I believe, is just reverse engineered from our vision, our azimuthal grid of vision.
I
We
think so.
see in a curve, and we can't help it. When we look straight out, we can only see so many miles out, and when we pivot our body and look straight out, we see the same distance. So if you flipped around in a whole circle, that's your circle of vision. And so even the flat horizon's going to have some sort of a curve to it in that respect, just by nature. And that's the same as if you look up, and any direction, you can only see so far. And so your optics kind of give us the illusion that there's a sphere of some sorts. Sometimes I've even thought our globe is really is our firmament. Maybe we're a disc inside of a dome. I mean, a ball. Who knows?
Right.
So as above, as below, right? So
What I'm going to do is I want to ask the audience here tonight, and what I'm going to do this with is I'm going to add. Okay, yeah, okay. So I'm learning how to do these little polls. This is pretty cool. So, what do you think is above us, a liquid medium or a vacuum? I'm going to put in parentheses void. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So let's see. What do you think may be above the firmament. Okay, and a little question mark, and here it goes. This is the first time I've ever done a non-yes or no question. So this is going to be a new one for the old Sav here tonight. Square headlights look circular at certain distances. You're absolutely right. They do. That's amazing. So let's just see what's got, we're down to 75%, 89% for the liquid. We're zooming right up there. Oh, 90% so far. Oh, this is going to be fun. So everybody go ahead and please just pick an option. It's not like anybody's going to be elected president or anything by the poll. It's just I'm trying to get, and nobody knows who voted what. I'm just wanting to see how many of my audience, if you're given an option of the two, given what you saw here tonight, what do you think is possibly above the firmament? Is it a vacuum or a void, or is it a liquid medium such as water, or as no longer on the ball pointed out, plasma, which I think that's an interesting option. Did I just freak out or something?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. Both my screens went black for a second and came back on. I'm going to send the thing off to Geek Squad tomorrow and see if they can, because I'm starting to have little buggy issues that are pissing me off, and I want to get those, like my camera freezing up like it's doing. That's really pissing me off, and it should be no reason for that happening. So I thought I'd get elected diving in the ballpark. We might elect you. You don't need to be queens of good karma. Don't need to be elected. They're appointed by God, Barbara. That's right. Angels aren't elected. So there you go. You already got your position. So it looks like we've so far at 93% in this poll. I'm hoping everybody's at least put a thing in there. I know I've got 63 people watching, so I'm hoping y'all go in there and hit that poll so we can just get a little more accurate count. But I think I've pretty much got my answer. I think I pretty well got my answer. So yeah, what I'll do is no longer on the ball, just well, I'll tell you what, hang tight for a second. I'm going to sign off. When you go backstage, don't leave. Okay. After I cut the stream, you and I can talk for a minute, and we'll set up something to go ahead and do a video about your thing there, man. So, okay. All right. So I'm just going to put you backstage, so don't leave. All right. Be right back. All right. Well, I'm going to wrap it up. So far, it looks like 93%. Not a very good sampling, though. We've had 15 votes. But hell, who knows? We'll see what goes on. Maybe I'll put one up in my community tab tomorrow. So anyway, like we say here at Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, don't trust Whitey. Lord loves a working man. See your doctor and get rid of him. He'll probably kill you. Good night, everybody.